All right. Well, so welcome, Gulo. Thank you very much for coming on. And so, for people that don't know you yet, who are you? Sort of how did you get into gaming? What's some of your earliest gaming memories?
Well, I'm Gulo Gulo or Gulo Gulo underscore gaming on Twitch. I've been gaming since I want to say I was like 4 or 5 years old, maybe before then, if I was just, creeping up on a Pong machine or something. But yeah, I ended up getting a Nintendo at NES back when I was like 4 or 5 years old and played a ton of Super Mario and Castlevania and Tecmo Bowl and all those great games that were back in those ages. And then just was hooked, kept playing games, eventually found my way into the MMO space through EverQuest. And my younger brother and some of his friends were like waiting for it, and I didn't know anything about it. And
That's
they
awesome.
got me into it, and I went in hard. Got really into the EverQuest and just I've loved games. They've been a great way to escape. They've been a great way to meet people and bond and
Yeah.
play with my brother, play with family. Yeah.
That's awesome. Do you what like what kind of grabbed you about EverQuest? Is it your family knew about it before and then you just kind of jumped into it, or did you kind of see it on the store shelf with the art? That's kind of how I got into it personally, and that was my first MMO. Like, see, one thing that I really appreciate, so I'm not originally from around here and I didn't have a lot of games growing up, but like what I did have, I just went all in with just that. So it's just really cool. Like, people have such varied sort of taste and exposure to all these different games, and but it's just kind of cool how that's the one that like really sticks with a lot of people. um do you remember like your first
It
class or yeah?
Oh, I definitely I could tell. So it's kind of weird. My younger brother is 5 years younger than me.
Okay.
And so we were still kind of in that age where like he liked all the stuff I was into, and I was kind of like he's a little dweeb trying to follow me around, so I'm not into what he's into. And then we only had one computer at that point in our house. So we would get shared time. He'd get a few hours, I'd get a few
Yeah.
hours. And I was like, all right, I'll let him play. And he was like, that was the one thing he was begging for was EverQuest. And I didn't even want to know anything about it. I got to give him credit because I was like, oh yeah, whatever. My little brother's into this. And then I see him playing it. And I'm like, oh, this is interesting. And then he starts telling me all these people around him are real people. And I was like, no, no, those aren't all real people. And then he saw GM, and I was like, I think it took a couple days. I was like, I got to get this game. I got to get my own copy. We cannot share an account. Like we have to.
Yeah.
And I made a high elf paladin,
Okay.
and I want to say I made it to like mid 20s, maybe 30. And then I saw somebody playing Enchanter, and I was like, wait, you can do that? You can do this? You can turn into stuff, you can charm stuff, you can mess, you can do all these things. And I made an enchanter, and my enchanter just like I knew it's kind of that MMO learning curve where you go into EverQuest and you don't know what you're doing, you die a whole bunch. At that point, being level 25, 30, I knew how to basically play a fair amount. I knew where to level up. So
Hmm.
my enchanter, went way faster. And I got to max level, and I was in a guild where I was leveling up, and basically as soon as I got to max level, there were some people who kind of knew me in one of the top guilds, and they recruited me, and I was like instantaneously a hardcore raider, and you know, loved it. I loved the community. I loved this. Me and my brother both talk about how lucky we were not only to just get into EverQuest at the time we did, but to pick the server we were on because you hear these nightmares about people's experience on their servers.
Yeah.
Shout out to Povar. We just had such a great time on that server.
That
And yeah, I got to give it up to my brother. He's the one who got me into that. And yeah, he was a bard. and he loved it. And I have so many great memories with him on there. And
Dude, that's awesome.
yeah,
Wow. Does he still play games? And it's kind of cool that you have that shared kind of memory. My sister wasn't much of a gamer. I have a sibling, and it's just cool you can nerd out with family over that stuff. My family doesn't understand video games still. I'm the only one, so it's just kind of tough to explain it to them.
oh, I get it. He does. He's just had his first kid. My nephew, he's just turned 1 last month. Um, And so he doesn't have time for MMOs. He keeps telling me, I tell him about the ones I'm playing. He asks questions about them. But he's really into like competitive shooters. I think he's playing a lot of Battlefield right now.
Yeah,
And he's played a lot of others, battle royale games and shooter games. Um, but yeah, he
that's
he he still wants to play, but I think it's the time investment with MMOs right now. He just doesn't have it for them.
yeah. No, I understand. And so, how long did you play live? Just out of curiosity,
I
before you moved
played
away.
uh I played from, like I said, probably a couple days after launch to pretty deep into Planes of Power.
Okay.
And then basically transferred over, went and tried EverQuest 2, and then only played EverQuest 2 for a little while before WoW came out, and WoW just dominated
Yeah.
my time.
Yeah. No, that's amazing. Okay, yeah, I'm very curious the timeline. So you did experience the golden age of EverQuest. Like some people believe it's like right around Planes of Power. That's like basically like the grand conclusion of EverQuest. Like from a lore
I
perspective, everything.
I completely agree. I do. I again I feel really lucky. It's one of the reasons like I'm not big on TLPs. I'm not big like I almost feel like touching those will dirty what I experienced. Like I got
Yeah.
to experience so much of the greatest part of EverQuest
Yeah.
that going back and doing those things, I'm like, why? I already did it when it was great. Um, and I kind of feel the same way about WoW. Like I know there's a lot of anti-WoW people, but I played WoW from vanilla WoW all the way to Wrath of the Lich King and did everything during that time.
Yeah.
And it's like, why do I need to go do it again?
No, dude, this is great. I totally feel you. I kind of had the same experience. So I never played EverQuest 2 really. Like I think I just logged in. I think it was free on Steam or something. I didn't play very long. Maybe like I just wasn't feeling it. But I also had that experience with WoW. And then in my mind, so I'm a big like I love Monsters and Memories. We'll get into that later. But like one of the things that I'm really misunderstood about the community, I just feel like everybody that played, like everyone's kind of on the same page, but it really strikes me how like different the communities are, and how I guess people's entryways into EverQuest is a little bit different depending on what era you were in, or kind of what you. And I know EverQuest 2, unfortunately, I think it came out and then 2 weeks later World of Warcraft came out, and that kind of took the world by storm. But yeah, so yeah, it's just really cool. And I was just assuming that everybody coming into Monsters and Memories, or even like Pantheon, it would just be like a huge EverQuest nerd, and maybe to a certain extent. But anyway, it was just kind of like a brutal sort of like not a wake up call, but I was like, oh shit, okay, not everybody's coming at it from the same angle. Um, but do you like so we're in this era of like sort of indie MMO projects and stuff. Like, what do you think that I guess EverQuest understood about MMOs that I think more modern MMOs miss? Or it's kind of a layered question, but so you played so
I
well.
think it's so many things. That
Yeah,
I mean, that question is so loaded because really EverQuest kind of fell into a perfect storm because they didn't have anybody. And I know there's people that are gonna out there that are gonna make. I've heard all the arguments. I've heard all the Ultima Online. I've heard all the mud the arguments. To me, EverQuest is the first real MMORPG, and it's the 3D aspect. It's coming into the 3D space and making a real world. And everybody that really got into EverQuest at that time, you all have the same kind of, I'm going to say delusion, even though I know that word bothers a lot of people. everybody thinks it looked way better than it did. You imagine it in your head and you see that box art. You see, Fiona be looking like the box art, not like, the little pixelated character in the game. You see the
Yeah.
dragons, you see all these things, and your imagination did so much work in
Yeah,
that game. Um,
for sure. Yeah.
you know, even look at epic weapons, go look at the paladins flaming swords, and you go really look at them now and you're like, that looks kind of goofy, but back then, like, it was so cool. And the value of everything in the game, like, everything mattered, your accomplishments mattered. um and it's one of the things I like to talk about is, and I think games are trying to learn it. Pantheon's trying to take certain things. Monsters and Memories is trying to take certain things. But that's really what it is you hear people talking about it, and I always cringe because I feel like they use it the opposite way I would use it. They want the developers to respect their time. And when they're saying that, I feel like they're saying it like, I don't have much time to play. So you need to make me be able to accomplish stuff in my time. Whereas EverQuest kind of respected your time by disrespecting your time. It said, hey, you're going to have to spend a lot of time to get these things. But when you get it, it's going to matter. And it's going to matter for a long time. And the things that are difficult for a reason. The things that you can't accomplish, the dungeons you can't get to the bottom of, your corpse that you can't recover in a day or two, that you're stressing about, that you're having nightmares about, when you get it back, it matters. If you give everybody corpse summon abilities, if you give everybody resurrects, if you give, it just makes all those things matter less and less.
Hmm.
And do I think EverQuest was perfect? No, not at all. Are the things I would change? Yeah. Um, but I think there's those things, and I think Monsters and Memories and Pantheon both have aspects that they do well, and that they're, in my opinion, I would do differently. Um, but again, I realize, and I say this, if I made the game I would want to make, I think a lot of people wouldn't play it because it would be harder than a lot of people want. And I look at comments like Sean makes with Eminem about the sandwich game and sandwich difficulty, and I love his description of it, but at the same time, am I like, is that what I really want? Do I want to be able to play this game with one hand? But on a recent stream, he talked about, like, we also want to have content that makes you have to pay attention all the time. We want, you know, and I think you need both. And I've said that, you need casual and you need the hardcore. You need that community. You need the server community to feel good. The people with the shinies, the fancy weapons, the cool armor. It's not cool if other people aren't going, where'd you get that? That looks awesome. I want that helmet. I want that sword. And I remember being both in EverQuest. I remember going up and inspecting people. I remember the first time, like I said, where I saw an enchanter and I was like, you're doing all these cool things. I'm going to make a whole new character because of this person. And I remember seeing the first enchanter epic and going, I'm going to get that. That's in my head. I'm
Yeah.
going to get that. I have that goal. Um, I remember other people coming up. I was telling Mr. C a story about this neck piece I had gotten, um, in Vexthal, and it's, still the item I feel, the most attached to the story behind it. But it's like people would come inspect me and look at that necklace, and they're like, "What? That exists? That's a thing?" Like, um,
Yeah.
you need these things. You need things that are almost unattainable to make things matter. And you need difficult things. You need stuff that people are comfortable doing. You need, XP farms where you can go farm blues and dark blues, and it's easy for your group and you're not worried too much. But you also need rewards for the people who want to go out and kill yellows and kill reds and you know do the difficult things.
Yeah, that is beautiful, man. That is absolutely beautiful. I love that. I love your perspective. It's just really funny. I was thinking, Mr. C made a comment one day. I was like, I popped into stream. He has this really like, I love his sense of humor. It's so sometimes like it's hard to know when he's joking or when he's being serious, but he can really ride that line, that dry humor. But you guys were talking, and you always say these like philosophical things about these games, and that's why I appreciate your perspective. But Mr. C said, it's turning into like, I'm just paraphrasing, but the guy that only has 20 minutes a week to play, they're like trying to cater around that kind of thing, you know. But just to kind of circle back, you mentioned like one of the things that really makes those worlds feel alive, and for me that's why EverQuest really stands out. Of course, like World of Warcraft did it too, but there's just the idea that, yeah, I mean, they even said it. You're in our world now, so it's like there's people in the world doing stuff. The world is going to persist without you. So even whenever you log off, you kind of still feel like, oh man, I want to be a part of it. It's still going on without me. Whereas like now, modern games are just like you're the hero. It's all about you. There's kind of other people in the world, but like, it's just, I kind of feel like we're moving away from MMOs, especially like the industry. So I kind of just feel like these indie projects are like the last gasp of like what it was like, and my mind is just reeling. But yeah, you pretty much nailed it. It was just cool to see other people in the world with gear that's tough to obtain, and maybe even just like a mystery of like where he got it from, what this zone was. I'm a big proponent of just not like explaining everything or giving everything away right off the bat. You have to make the players like work for certain stuff. That's what makes it exciting. Now, don't get me wrong, there's other games where it's like, well, EverQuest Legends, I'd love to get your perspective on that. That's kind of fun to me because EverQuest is, well, I don't want to kind of go off the rails here, but it's a
It's
solved
okay.
game.
I was trying not to
It's,
bring it up, but I mean it's exactly what you're talking about. Like I feel
yeah,
like you're catering to those people who don't have a lot of time. They don't want to spend, 30, 45 minutes, an hour looking for a group.
I think,
And, you
yeah,
know,
sorry, I just
I
want to
coined
say,
the term. Oh, no,
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. No, no. I would love to hear your thoughts. It's just like, so like for EverQuest, for example, it's pretty much a solved game. It's like 27 years old or whatever at the time of
Hmm.
this recording. So it works really well for something like that. I mean, and World of Warcraft too. You could do anything, like any game that's been around like 10, 20 years, whatever. You could do it in Diablo. You could do it in whatever, but just it only works whenever like the lore is there, the history is there, we're all familiar with it. So let's just get like a new, faster paced version. It could work in like Monsters and Memories like 10 years from now, maybe like a multi-classing server. But anyway, please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
Oh, no, no problem at all. I was just gonna say, I feel like exactly what you're saying. Like the MMO industry is leaning more towards, and it was funny because I had this discussion about EQ Legends. They're leaning more towards co-op lobby-based games, and
Yes.
they're kind of calling them MMOs still. What, I'm not a big fan. I'm not into EQ Legends, but I will say this. I said this the other day. I go, if it wasn't EverQuest, if it wasn't the EverQuest IP, I'd probably be playing EQ Legends. If it was something that I
Interesting.
wasn't so attached to, I'd probably be playing it. The people calling it an MMO kind of bothers me, and I had a discussion with Brando Reaper on a Bros Before Foes show, where he was making the argument that it is an MMO, and I said no, it's a co-op lobby game, and he was describing how it worked to me, and he stopped in the middle of his sentence and goes, "Wait, it sounds like I'm describing a co-op lobby game," and I go, "Yeah, exactly." Like, and
I have to catch
I go,
myself
"It's
saying that
great."
sometimes too, because yeah, it doesn't have, yeah, it's not technically an MMO. Please continue. Yeah.
It's and it's hard. Like I get the MMO aspects. I get you have this lobby where you can see a bunch of people running around. I get all, there's so many, there's like I said, there's good and bad things to take away from these games. Co-op lobby games have their place, but call them what they are. They're co-op lobby games. I have no problem. Like Path of Exile 2, co-op lobby game. It's great. It's a fantastic game. Um, but I still think there's a place for MMOs. And I think the biggest detriment, of course, is the cost. You have the cost, you have, if they fail, you spent millions and millions of dollars, especially in the Western market. I think Monsters and Memories is kind of showing what you can accomplish. And hopefully, it works out. Hopefully they get a ton of support. I think they are. I think they're going to get a lot of people that like this game. Um,
Yeah. You know,
I challenge the devs of all these indie games, like, keep being creative. On a Loving Robots, Sean's most recent stream, they were showing how they want to address um, controlling raid mobs. And I don't know if you saw this, but they used the bone construct in Wormsbane as an example, where they put up a gate and they put up these bars that come up out of the floor. And essentially, they're going to teleport anybody that's not in the group that engaged the raid boss out of those bars.
oh, interesting.
And
Okay.
that's a great way to do it where you're not instancing, because instancing detracts from the open world. All of a sudden you're removing people from the open world. But if you make it so that, let's say two raids, let's say it's a 12-man raid bone construct, and you have two raids fighting over it. The first raid that engages it, everybody in the second raid just gets punted outside the little bars. You can still see the fight that's going on. If that first raid wipes, you can be right there to go in and swoop on the name. There's creative ways to address a lot of these problems. The devs just have to be willing to look at those things. And I think you do need to respect, I think 20 minutes, I think we all kind of joke, like, I do think there's a time point where you can respect people's times and you should say, hey, we want people with 2 or 3 hours to be able to come in and accomplish something.
Yeah.
But I think, Pantheon has made that statement, those exact words. They want somebody with 2 or 3 hours to be able to accomplish something. And the community hears, I should be able to accomplish whatever I want in 2 or 3 hours. And that's not the case. Like, you shouldn't be able to get any item you want in 2 or 3 hours. You should be able to find a group, get some experience, have some
Yeah.
fun in 2 or 3 hours, but you shouldn't be able to go camp some ultra rare item in 2 or 3 hours. It's not how it works.
It's tough. It's tough. How do you balance all that? Sometimes I often think to myself, what if I was in a position like that? How would I do it?
Yeah,
It's really tough, man. It's really tough to please everybody. You can either have a game
you
for
can't.
everybody or a very niche game for not a lot of people. It just depends. And, I think it's really interesting, though, that we are coming back to like what just like true MMOs used to be like in the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s. That's kind of that era. And so, um, yeah, like the industry, like you mentioned, it's kind of moving away from it. Lobby type stuff, instancing. I don't know. Maybe it's just things that born out of necessity to try to address certain problems, but it's just cool that we're kind of back to the roots. Just to kind of like stay on the rails here, because I have a section about World of Warcraft and like everything else later. But what do you think, just on the subject of EverQuest? Like, what do you think EverQuest got right about class identity? Because like for me, to this day, I still have never seen enchanters done the same way that EverQuest did, or bards, for example. Those are like some iconic classes. I personally never played them too deeply, but like to this day, like the way that EverQuest did classes, I really love that. And I love how Monsters and Memories is trying to kind of, I mean, and Pantheon too, to just kind of evolve that system a little bit. Oh man, so I'm all over the place here, but one I
It's
I
okay.
get a
I love it.
comment that people say, why, and you mentioned this earlier too. People say, why would I play Monsters and Memories? It's just an EverQuest clone, or even Pantheon. Why would I play this when I could just go back and play EverQuest? Well, I don't think you remember exactly, like you mentioned, some aspects of it didn't age very well. It is true when you go back and play, like I've gone back to play like Project 1999, and I've been like, oh man, this is rough, like sometimes it's rough because yeah, I have limited time myself, so but anyway, what do you think EverQuest got right about class identity?
They did such a great job. And in reality, I really want to kind of say I think they did it on accident. I think they kind of stumbled and fell into the class identity. They've admitted so many times that things like feign death wasn't how they imagined it to be. But
Interesting.
they didn't nerf those into the ground. They built the game around it. They were like, future expansions were like, well, now we know people are going to be feign death pulling, and they're going to be quad kiting, and they're going to be, bard kiting around. They're going to be charming mobs. We're going to adjust the game around those things. Um, Raids, for instance, as an enchanter main, like you never really felt like you needed to crowd control much in raids, in my opinion. You just went through and sort of zerged stuff, honestly, like the early raids. Then you had raids come up like the Emperor and Sisra Temple. I don't know if you're familiar with it. And
Hmm.
it's got mobs that, like, during the final boss, like need to be crowd controlled. And they adapted the game to these class identities that they didn't really know they were putting in. They put those spells and abilities in, but they didn't know how they were going to be used. And it's the old adage
Yeah.
from EverQuest, the
Yeah.
bug turned into a feature. I
Yeah.
love it. I think a lot of these games are trying to copy too much. They're trying to say, well, and I get it. Like we have an identity in our mind of what these classes are supposed to be. I'm guilty of it too. Like I talk about enchanter and charm, and to me, like there's one way you make charm work, and I've said it over and over again. In my opinion, the only way you can balance charm is by making it incredibly dangerous. It needs to be super powerful and it needs to be super dangerous. You need to have that balance of like, yes, I can charm something and become the biggest DPS in the group, but I can also wipe a raid. I can't just wipe my group. I can wipe a raid. If my hasted pet with,
Yeah.
summoner weapons and all those things breaks loose, it's going to go straight for me and straight for the healers. And I think there's creative ways to do that again. I think there's ways that they can do those things. And yes, are people going to complain that why is this class get to do this? Um, that happened at EverQuest. People
Yeah.
complained about why can a bard do this? Why can a wizard do this? Why can a druid do this? Why can why? It's you can't make everybody happy. You have to make these classes OP in their own ways. You have to make the tanks have their own identity. I like what Monsters and Memories is doing with their classes. I like that they're, I don't, for lack of a better way of putting it, killing off the hybrids. They're taking the Shadow Knight and the Paladin and the
Oh,
Inquisitor,
dude, I know.
uh,
It's
you
gonna be
know,
so good. Yes.
and making them unique.
Oh,
Um, it's really interesting seeing, and like I said, just be creative. Don't It's a game. Don't, and they're in development. Don't be afraid to go in there and play around with some things and see what works. And yes, some people are going to get upset. Yes, some people might walk away from the game because the Shadow Knight isn't the Shadow Knight they remember anymore. It's funny to me because, Pantheon right now with the enchanters kind of struggling.
dude, I
And I
really,
never thought I'm not going to play Pantheon. I thought, man, I might have to have a different main. I might have to not play an enchanter. Um, that's okay, people. You can try a different class. You can go do a different thing.
yeah, dude, absolutely. And I wonder about myself too. Like I've played so many different classes. I don't know what my main really is. I'm kind of interested in Rogue, but just curious, how much what would you say your most played MMO is historically? What MMO did you put the most hours in? The reason I'm asking, for me, I played Final Fantasy 14 the most, believe it or not. I was just at a time in my life. I was kind of like in college, like, whatever. And so I played a paladin. You could do like different classes. You could
Yep.
switch your classes. And I played a white mage, which is like a kind of like a cleric. I thought that was cool. But yeah, I just like a tank. But that it can be whatever. So what was your
So
most played
time played
MMO?
is
Random
it's
question.
kind of a loaded question. I'm going to be completely honest because I could easily just cop out and say EverQuest. Um,
No, no.
I think
Yeah.
realistically, it's probably between EverQuest and WoW. But EverQuest is kind of cheating because of the bazaar, because it had a
Oh,
certain
that's right.
aspect where you would just leave your account logged in for 24/7. And I
Yeah.
had two accounts, and they would just be sitting there selling stuff for hours and hours and hours. I'd leave for vacation for the 4 or 5 day weekend and just leave my account there selling things.
That's brilliant.
Um,
Those were the good old
World of
days.
Warcraft, I had like five max level characters and a bunch of alts, and so I mean, it's probably between those two games. Honestly, it's
Okay.
probably between EverQuest and World of Warcraft.
Interesting. Yeah, me too. I need to get on my Blizzard account at some point and do like my playtime and just see. What would you say your most rare achievement is in these games? Because just good to go on World of Warcraft. I have this title. You can't get it in the game anymore. It's called The Undying, and this was years ago. You can't get it anymore. But you had Naxxramas whenever that came back, and there was a 10-man variant and a 25-man variant. I did the
Yep.
10-man variant, and I was a holy priest, holy disciplined priest, and the achievement was go through the raid without anybody dying, and I did it. And that's and like I have that title, The Undying, and I just thought that was just really cool. That's one of my big like MMO achievements, I guess. We'll take a deeper dive into WoW, but just curious.
That's such a hard one. Like actual achievements, I don't even know. It's been so long since I've been logged into my WoW account, and
Yeah.
I'm sure I have some that I would be proud of. Um, it's funny, the one that comes to mind as like an achievement to myself is actually EVE Online.
Interesting.
And I started EVE Online just as like I was lost. I didn't have any MMOs to play at the moment. I had some friends I knew that played it, and I went and made a character. And I was a little noob flying around. I joined a noob corp, and eventually I figured out I wanted to be a scanner, which not a lot of people do, which is where you go scan solar systems and you try to find
Mm.
enemy ships. And um, but eventually I ended up getting picked up by a combat and recon mercenary corporation, and we lived in a class 3 wormhole, and I ended up by myself finding a class 6 wormhole, which is really rare. And it was really perfect because we ended up instantly messaging. Like, I'm like a nobody, I'm like the new guy in this corporation. I've probably been there for like 2 weeks, and I find this class 6 wormhole, and I sort of tell him, I'm like, I just stumbled into this, and they up and moved. They contacted two other corps. We formed a big alliance, and they were like, all of us right now are moving into this class 6 wormhole. And it was kind of like I just found everybody their new home. Like I just stumbled into
That's
finding
amazing.
this thing, and everybody, you can just imagine packing up all your bags and moving across the country. Like that's what it really felt like. And I felt all this pressure. I was like, oh man, but it led to so much fun stories and everything. But that was a big one. Just finding that and having a bunch of people sort of show their faith in that I found this thing, and they all wanted to come follow me in there and move in and set up our home base. That was a fun accomplishment.
See, that's amazing. It's always the things that come to mind first that you think about, it's like this random thing, but it just really stands out. I love that about games that have that kind of sandbox style where it's just your story. And then, so what about just like, yeah, class identity? And then, well, what did those games get right about kind of like danger, community? Do you think that the older MMOs were better because of mechanics alone, or do you think it's because players were kind of forced to rely on each other more, whereas now it's like I don't know. It's a weird thing. I was thinking about this. Sometimes it's tough to come out of your shell and form the party. Now there's like all this matchmaking elements, whatever. But do you think MMOs were better because of mechanics, or because we are just kind of forced
I
to rely on each other back in the day?
It's so hard. If you look at EverQuest, definitely not. Definitely not. The mechanics, like they added mechanics throughout time, but WoW kind of showed that like their mechanics were nothing. You have people going back and looking at EverQuest now and going, EverQuest is easy. And I constantly want to fight with those people because I'm like, first of all, you had to be there when it was novel. You had to be there when it was new. There weren't strategies everywhere. Nobody was sharing info. It wasn't in today's age where, every person who did it had to go put a YouTube video up and a guide and say, this is our strategy on how to beat this boss. Everybody kept everything to themselves. The guilds wanted to keep their strategies to themselves, and guilds had different strategies, which was cool.
Yeah.
The mechanics weren't that crazy. Like you had very simple mechanics back in EverQuest, but it's exactly what you're talking about. You had to rely on people to do their jobs.
Hmm.
And then WoW kind of came with this next step of mechanics. When you're looking at vanilla WoW, you're looking at Molten Core, Blackwing Layer, like their mechanics compared to EverQuest is like 10,000 times. Like you look at some of those mechanics and I just had this discussion recently where I was explaining a boss in Molten Core. I was like, look, this boss literally puts a bomb on one random person out of 40 people, and if that person doesn't move away, they'll blow up everybody in the raid. I
That's
go,
fun.
that kind of accountability, like you 40 people, it's easy to have one person that's just not paying attention. Like I'd love to be able to say I never blew up the entire raid, but I for sure, after an hour of banging your head against this boss and being the guy that's like, how are people so dumb that they can't get this mechanic right? And then I don't pay attention for 4 seconds and blow up the entire raid, and I'm like, I'm
Yeah.
that dumb. I'm I messed up.
Dude, that was fun. I
Um
think that's where the standing in the fire memes come from. It's like, oh man, I died. How did I die? What happened? You were standing in the fire.
yeah,
That's how. Anyway.
and it's it's hard because you can't do difficulty through just pure mechanics. I mean, a game I loved, WildStar, kind of proved that. Like you can't just mechanic the difficulty. You can't just say, hey, we're just going to keep throwing mechanics at you. I think WoW is kind of doing it right now where it's like they hit this point where it's like you keep adding mechanics, they're just going to keep adding mods. They're just going to keep adding mods and macros and all these things to make the game easier because you're just throwing in arbitrary mechanics.
Hmm.
Um, there is a certain balance. At a certain point, I always like to say this, like at a certain point, you're just doing like a combination of like Simon Says and the Hokey Pokey and all these different things and these bosses. And you need to make players rely on each other. You need to make communication happen. You need to make that, these things go on where, things like tank rotations, you're going to have to communicate. You're going to have to say, okay, it's time for tank 2 to step in. It's time for tank 3 to step in. I remember having those discussions as a raid leader about, who wants to be in control of the macro that shouts out to the raid like that we need to switch tanks or that this needs to be dispelled in a certain order or you need these communications going on and you need to stop them from being automated. Like you need to make it so that people aren't just using mods that will automatically tell you when something's happening. You need to make people have reactionary things going on. And it's difficult. It's difficult to do that. But again, devs get creative. Get creative on how you engage us. People want to talk about immersion. That's really what it is. It's engagement. You need to keep us engaged with the game. And that's something EverQuest can't be beat at. Like it engaged you into that world.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. That's beautiful. Um, and yeah, like just thinking of like balance, and I got some balance questions in here, but it's like whenever you think about like charm was broken, I guess
Mhm.
they didn't intend for it to be so strong. I think monks eventually had a rework because, like you said, feign death, and then also I think the way that AC worked, and I think monks could basically do more damage. Well, they were do incredible damage, but they were also very tanky as well. Then there's all this like spaghetti code and stuff. Do you think like how do you feel about like balance in these kind of games? Do you think stuff can ever truly be balanced? It's always a moving target, you know what I mean? And then also too, this is something I've been thinking about. Like we have now in these indie projects, you kind of have more of a direct access to the devs, and I mean, and obviously we're testing things and giving feedback and stuff. But then like like the more vocal people, let's say like, oh, this needs to be changed and this, like I don't know, where do you draw that line between I guess like balance and like the devs actually listening to the players and maybe holding their ground on certain stuff or changing their mind on certain stuff. It's really interesting. I don't know. I don't even know if there's a question in here somewhere. It's just an
It's a, I,
observation. But do
I
you?
have so much to say, even if it's not a question. Like balance
Yeah,
is one of those things. I think you're feeling it too. Is it's almost impossible.
yeah. How do you
It's
balance it?
something that is
And sorry, can I just say so with EverQuest, for example,
sure.
specifically, it's been around 27 years. Where is EverQuest live right now with enchanters versus where they were back then? I don't know. So it's like whenever you introduce something like that in like Pantheon or whatever, right off the bat, people are, they're going to have thoughts to say about charm, etc. But anyway, please continue. Just,
I was just gonna say, like, I mean, sorry, balance is one of these things that's near impossible, but it's necessary. Like, there are things that need to be balanced. You need, time to kill. You need, the mobs hitting you. You need things to be balanced in certain aspects. But classes, in my opinion, are something that should be imbalanced. Like you can't have all the DPS doing the same DPS. It just doesn't work. You can't have all the classes with slow casting the exact same slow. You can't have all the classes with haste casting the exact same haste. You can't have movement speed. You can't have every buff be Sal. You can't. You need classes to have different variations, different levels. Some of them stack, some of them don't stack. You need these things to be unique. And it's something that's really hard for games because it's easy and it's lazy to offend the devs a little bit. But it's easy to just say, hey, yeah, we're going to give an enchanter slow, and we're going to give a shaman slow, and we're going to give this class a slow, and they're all the exact same slow. They're the same spell. They're the same. And then even if you give them the same effect, but you give them a different name and a different spell graphic, that's not unique. It doesn't make those things feel special. It doesn't make you feel like, oh man, I'm doing something in this group that they couldn't get from somebody else. That's something you need. You need when a class joins to go, man, this guy's going to do something that's unique. This guy is going to help our group in a way that if we got a different class, if we get a Beastmaster, he's going to do something different than a rogue. If we get an enchanter, it's going to do something different than a shaman. If we get, and it's really interesting to me to see how they try to approach balance because all these games kind of do it in different ways and end up kind of feeling the same. Like you get to the point where it's like, oh, you're making all the DPS the same. You're making all the healers the same. Like you might say, hey, the cleric's hot does 6 ticks and the druid hot does 60 ticks, but they do the same amount over the same duration of time and they take the same mana. If you do the math, it's the same. Sure, they look different. Sure, they're and you go that doesn't feel special. You can give it a different spell graphic. You can give it all these different things. You have to look at it, and again, mechanic wise, you have to look at it mechanic wise and go, hey, look, like if we make one heal be an upfront heal, and then we give another one, Drew, I just listened to Vendini talking about the Druid mastery in Pantheon, and I thought it was interesting what they did to one of the Druid spells, which basically turned overhealing into a group heal. So it's a single target heal. When they get hit, it heals them. But if the heal overheals that single target, it disperses that among the group. And I go, man, that's a cool class identity right there. That you have this kind of, Drac called it overheal protection. There's
Yeah.
there's really creative ways to address some of these problems. You just have to be willing to go that route. And I think that's how you should approach balance. I think balancing, especially nerfing, we've all been those classes that got nerfed. We've all sat there and gone, man, this feels cool. This feels good. This feels a little too strong. And then had it go, man, now it's worthless. That doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel good. Is there a creative way that they could have adjusted that? I think so. Backstab's too strong. Maybe you add a bunch of mobs that don't have backs.
Yeah.
How do you do that? You give them eyeballs on all sides of their heads, or like it sounds crazy, but there's ways to do these kind of things that make sense in the game.
Yeah.
And yeah, our rogue's gonna go, man, this isn't fair. I'm fighting a bunch of spiders that don't have backs. Like they got eyes on all sides of their bodies, and now that they can see me, I don't get a backstab.
Yeah.
Um,
Maybe you give stuff to
make
everybody. You incrementally give stuff instead of take stuff away because people get used to having stuff. And then when you take away their stuff, then they get mad. Maybe you just, yeah, but then it just leads to this endless thing where let's just keep buffing everybody. I don't know. Yeah, it's,
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Like you look at EverQuest, and EverQuest came up with these ways to kind of address these things. To give Monsters and Memories credit, I think they're kind of approaching that way too. Of Sow is a problem. Well, you don't take Sow away. You give the mobs Sow. You give
mm-hmm,
the mobs Dispel so they can take your Sow away. You give them snares. You give them ways that stop these players that are abusing this mechanic. You don't say, hey, we're just going to remove this spell from you guys entirely.
mm-hmm.
um, there's ways to do that kind of stuff. There's Pantheon has oh man, it just slipped my tongue. They have dispositions. I feel like there's so much potential in that disposition aspect where you have mobs that are immune to the crowd control. You can have a mob that's immune to charm. You can
Mm-hmm.
have mobs that maybe if you cast something like that on them, you cast a crowd control, you cast a charm on them, they go berserk. Maybe they weren't immune to crowd control or taunt or something, but if you charm them, when charm breaks, they go berserk and they can't be charmed, they can't be mez, they can't be taunted, they attack twice as fast. Those are unique mechanics that you're going, oh man, like there's a punishment if you want to charm this thing. You
Yeah.
add mobs that, yeah, if you backstab it, it's going to become untauntable. It's going to turn around on the rogue and say, look, you made a mistake. You stabbed me in the back, and I hate being stabbed in the back. My back is extra sensitive, so I'm going to turn around and go at you.
Yeah.
You cast slow on this mob, and all of a sudden it attacks faster.
Yeah.
There's ways to counter these and make people be engaged, because what do you have to do when that's in the game? You have to pay attention.
Yeah. I
You
actually
have to go,
love
oh
that.
man, I can't
I love
I
that.
can't brainlessly hit my button. I have to go, man, this mob, I hate these mobs because I have to hold back on my DPS as a rogue. I have to not just automatically click my debuffs as an enchanter or a shaman. The puller or the tank has to communicate, hey, I'm pulling 3 mobs, but this mob, we either need to kill it first or we need to not, debuff it or not. There's so many creative ways to make people pay attention and have skill checks. There's skill issues. There's people out there, and again, you need both. You need content that people can go mindlessly go through and get through their stuff, but you need stuff that's going to go, man, like these mobs are harder. These mobs, we both might be level 30, but my group is doing these level 30 mobs that have a whole nother skill aspect to them.
Yeah.
and yours, and the rewards are equivalent. Like my rewards are a little better than your rewards because you're killing, bumblebees that just fly around and are easy to kill, and I'm over here killing orcs that enrage when you get them wet or hit them with fire spells, or
Yeah.
who knows what effects they have on them.
I love that. Yeah, I love the idea of like these conditions. Like if something, yeah, if charm breaks, now I'm really mad, or if I get backstabbed, I'm
Yeah.
this and that. Different conditions, maybe even weather and stuff like that playing into it. That's actually brilliant. I love that. Hmm. Do you so I guess just to continue along with EverQuest here, do you think is there anything that you don't want in modern MMOs from EverQuest? Is there something that like maybe wasn't didn't age well? I know like corpse runs, that kind of thing. But to me it just kind of gives it more gravity. I don't know. What do you think? Do you have any thoughts there about just like old MMO mechanics coming back?
That's a hard question. I know there are, and I'm struggling right now. Let me think about it for a
No,
second because I
no
love
problem.
corpse runs. I love corpse mechanics. I love, the way they addressed those things. My Shadow Knight, I hit 44 on my Shadow Knight. My Shadow Knight got corpse summoned, and I don't know if you know this, but if you want your corpse summoned in Monsters and Memories, cost 10 gold to buy the coffin to summon your corpse.
Okay. Wow.
Um, so it's for people that are higher level, that have that disposable gold, because if you're lower level, that's gonna hurt your pocket. Um, there's definitely things I think EverQuest kind of struggled with, and I think the player base made up for. Um, I had this discussion recently. It'll be really interesting. Auction houses, the bazaar. I don't think I liked the bazaar, but I don't think the bazaar was perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I like the WoW auction house. The WoW auction house isn't perfect. The WoW auction house is too easy to exploit, too easy to automate, too easy for people to just go set stuff up that'll automatically buy stuff out and resell it for the price you want. Um,
Yeah, the economy is a whole thing for sure. How do you balance
that
that?
the economy is a big deal. Um, I like the idea behind Monsters and Memories consignment thing, um, but I don't know how to correctly implement it. I've tried playing around with it a little bit with one of my friends, just trying to see if I could get it to work, and we couldn't really figure it out to where it would work
Okay.
for us.
I haven't interacted
Um,
with it
I,
yet myself.
and it's hard because I understand their argument, Monsters and Memories, that they don't want to lose the player to player aspect. They don't want to lose the people shouting in the auction channel that they're trying to sell stuff, which you get when you have an auction house. If you just can list stuff on an auction house and people can go buy it and just never talk to a player, you do lose that. Um, it's hard. It's hard to, but again, I think there is a creative way to do it. I don't have the answer myself, but um, yeah, I encourage the devs, keep thinking about it, keep drilling on how you can encourage players to do that kind of stuff, how consignment could be improved. Um, because I think the economy is a very important part. I think, I like the player engagement. I like that if I'm not in the game, I can't find an item. Like I'm not there. I'm not, in the auction channel right now paying attention to what's being listed, and somebody might list something that I want to buy. And that makes some people feel bad. Some people feel like I should just be able to put up a buy order, and anybody that wants to sell that item can just sell it to me when I'm offline. Um,
Yeah.
it's
S-
hard. It, there's so many aspects. Like I like the idea behind Pantheon, for instance, wants to do seamless zones. I don't, they've said this forever. I think I like the idea behind seamless zones. I like the idea behind, I can charm a pet and take it to another continent. People are going to be like, whoa, you brought that over here. I think that does make it feel like more of a world. Um, but how does it work? How does it work implemented? How many people are going to be able to play with each other? How does the latency get affected? Um,
Yeah, that's interesting.
there's definitely improvements that can be made basically everywhere. But just thinking of something that, EverQuest did bad is really hard. I think, we talk about rose tinted glasses and we're usually referring to the graphics, but I think, we
Yeah.
have rose tinted glasses about all of it. When I look at EverQuest as a game, it's hard for me to think of negative stuff, even though I know it's there. Um, you know,
You know,
raid windows, and I could the UI, and there's so many things I
um,
could nitpick that by
abs-
today's standards, like,
absolutely. And it's something I'm reminded of. Sean talks about it on his stream sometimes. I guess like more from like a business standpoint, how do you retain, like, let's say, everything's like the onboarding of the player. Like sometimes things don't make sense. It's clunky. Not everybody knows that you got to turn in your guild node and how to scribe your spells and stuff. Like people that have never played those kind of games don't know. And then maybe they just turn around, like you start out and you're facing town, like the north gate or west gate, whichever, and then what if you just go back out into the desert and just try to fight something and die immediately and then just log out and play? They said they're trying to be like mindful of stuff like that, like there's the player experience. It's tough. But then also, like, how do you really immerse somebody without like a quest marker, like, hey, talk to this guy, or go here? I don't know. I do like the idea of just kind of being dropped into the world and having to figure it out. But yeah, just something I'm interested in.
there's
Do,
there's pluses and minuses to both of those. Like, you want a kind of tutorial. You want something that's like, I'm going to show you basic systems. Um, But you also don't want to, like you said, in a game like Monsters, Memories, and Pantheon, you don't want exclamation points. You don't want little laser beams coming out of your body showing you exactly where you need to run to do a quest turn in. There's places for game, and I'll say this: there's places for those games. There's places for theme park MMOs. There's places for instances. Like if you design your game purposely around those things, if you're designing a co-op lobby game, there's places for those. Um, but if you're looking for this kind of old school EverQuesty type of MMO, you need this learning curve. You need, and what I would liken it to is you need basic knowledge, which I think they can help you with. I think they can give you basic knowledge. I think they could put a tutorial in and say, hey, this is how you scribe your spells. This is
mhm.
how you do this. This is, this is how you use the mud system. As somebody, in Monsters and Memories, that's something I've kind of was like, this was not intuitive to me. Sure, I figured it out. I had talked to some other people. Um, and then you have advanced knowledge. And I think that advanced knowledge you want to kind of keep to where maybe you have to go to the wiki. Maybe you have to ask some players in World Chat and OOC, um, and engage with the game. Have, I'm sure you've had it where you had to ask somebody in your party, or you had to ask somebody in OOC, where's this person?
No, all the
How do
time.
I do this?
Yeah.
And people are ready to jump up and answer those questions. They're like, oh, you do this. That I've had to message people on higher level characters, and sometimes I'll just type in /who class and look at a higher level person and go, man, I'm struggling with the class quest. How do I do this? They've always helped me. I've never once had somebody be like, "Oh, you're dumb. Figure it out." Um, I've had people message me, and I'm always like, "Yep, here, I'll come show you. Where are you at? I'll come run you over there." That feels so good. That's how you meet people. That's how you make friends. Those people add you to
Hmm.
their friends list. You add them to your friends list, and you end up, whether you're just asking them for advice or questions, or you're, trying to learn a new zone, like, part of it needs to be in the world. And I say help people with the basic knowledge, but it's up to the devs to decide what is basic knowledge. What
Yeah.
do they want to inform their new players of? And what do they want to leave a little mystery to?
Beautiful. let's shift over just to World of Warcraft for a second. So
Okay.
where does World of Warcraft fit into your MMO story? I wanted to kind of get your story with World of Warcraft as well. Um, yeah,
So
yeah,
World of Warcraft, again, I went from hardcore raiding in EverQuest to dabbling in EverQuest to diving in with my brother. So I
okay.
didn't play EverQuest 2 at all with my brother. My brother not never got to hardcore rating in EverQuest. He I think his bard was probably level 40 when I was like level 70 or 80. I can't even remember what the max level was in playing the power.
Mm-hmm.
Um and WoW came out, and the thing was with WoW that got me and my brother, and I
Mm-hmm.
know this isn't for everybody,
No, this
but
is
it was
beautiful.
PvP.
Yeah.
It was PvP. We rolled on a PvP server. We had alts and EverQuest on Rowless Zek that we loved goofing off in PvP, but it wasn't our main server. So we decided early on, like, we're gonna go to WoW and we're gonna roll on a PvP server. And he was a Night Elf warrior. I was a gnome warlock. Not the
You guys were
craziest
alliance,
combo
huh?
you would ever think of. We were Alliance, so I
Cool.
have to say this was my brother's choice to be on Alliance. I wanted to be Horde. I played on both. I
Hey,
played on a Horde server also.
can I just say, isn't it beautiful how World of Warcraft really leaned into that, at least in the beginning? I don't know how it
Yes.
is now, but they did such a wonderful job because people were like emboldened and they made it like such a thing, like, oh, you're Alliance, I'm Horde, and like
Yeah.
it was like a
Yeah,
big
they were so
cultural thing.
passionate.
Isn't that beautiful? Man, that truly
I
was lightning in a bottle again, like after EQ,
I
you know?
loved it, and from day one, I played on both. I played
Okay.
Horde, and it's funny. I tell people, I go, I started day one, and I played Alliance on a West Coast server and Horde on an East Coast server, so that I could
Wow.
basically play in any time zone. That was something I learned from EverQuest. Is I was like, these servers are up way in the earlier than I am, and these servers are up way later. I can do both.
Yeah.
And but yeah, he played a warrior, I played a warlock, and we started leveling. And as soon as we started PvPing, we were hooked.
Yeah.
And we dueled outside of the cities. Ironforge, Stormwind, didn't matter. I don't know if you remember when you dueled
That was
somebody,
so
it put
fun.
out that like zone wide message.
Yeah, yeah.
And me and my
Yeah.
brother dueled thousands of times.
I love
Like,
that.
no, not exaggerating at all. Me and him dueled over and over and over, and we sharpened each other. We still talk about this when we reminisce about the games. That's what we talk about in WoW. Is like, man,
Yeah.
we sat there and like we knew everything. We knew every cooldown we could pop. We knew how to do everything, and
I love that so
I
much
beat my brother
because
most of the time.
my buddy Kazrex and I did that too. We were arena partners, like we did 2v2.
Yep.
So then we would duel each other
Yep.
all the time. And it's like, okay, well, how do you counter this? How do you do this? Like, what do we do in this situation? And we would practice. And it's like, isn't that amazing? Just that the perfection of your class, like playing it as
Yep.
perfectly as you possibly can. I love that so much, but please continue.
Well, and exactly, like it was really felt like before the whole meta stuff was going on, but really what we were doing was figuring out the meta between our two classes. And like he would figure out something and adjust to what I was doing, and I'd have to figure it out and go, oh man, like I need
Yeah.
my other pet up if he's doing that. If he's that good, I can't use this pet. I can't use my imp. I need to get my succubus out. I need to do, and it it really got to the point, like, and it was so funny. Like, I got so cocky about it. I was dueling people naked. I was naked outside of the cities, dueling people on my gnome warlock, and I was like, I don't need all my armor. Like, I can
Warlocks were
beat you just
amazingly
with my buttons.
powerful. Yeah.
And we set up traps. Like, I still remember going in Alterac Valley, and my brother again was a night elf warrior, and he could turn invisible.
Hmm.
and I would sit up on the side of like a main path where everybody was having the big battle, and I would just be tabbing and dotting people until people figured out, oh, there's a warlock up on the hill or up on the side of the path. And people would come up there, usually one or two at a time, and they would see this gnome warlock all by himself, and they'd come charge at me. And then my invisible little brother would come charging out of nowhere and nail us. And I'd fear him, and he'd be on them, snaring, hamstringing them, and tearing them up. And we
That was
had
so much
so
fun,
much
man.
fun.
So much fun,
And we
yeah.
got to max level, and my brother was like one or two steps from getting Grand Marshal, which is like the ultimate PvP title. I was a couple steps behind him. I can't remember. I was like Knight or Knight Lieutenant or something like that on the Alliance side for your title, your PvP title. And we were PvPing one day, and a guild approached me and was like, "Hey, like, do you want to come raid with us?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm raiding an EQ still. I was still raiding an EQ. I was just playing WoW for the PvP."
Hmm.
And I was like, "Well, I don't have PvE gear. I'm just like pretty much PvP. We're all set up for PvP." And they were like, "It doesn't matter. Like, if you can do this, you can come raid with us." And I went and raided Molten Core with them, and I was hooked. I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm in. I'm in. We're doing this." And that was when I got my brother into raiding, and it just went from there. Like we were, killing Ragnarok, and it just feels so good. Like going in there and learning all those mechanics. Like you said, it was a step above EverQuest in so many ways. Of like, we have to learn these encounters, and these mobs do what. And I felt like, in Planes of Power that I was doing, so I was like, man, this is so complicated, and like, this is a whole new level of raiding. And then WoW came out, and I was like, man, they're basic raids. I was like, this is so much more.
Hmm.
Um, it
Yeah.
that was really it. It was really the PvP aspect that hooked us, and the raiding that kept us there. And it just grew from there. We stayed, like I said, I think my brother left multiple times. He's very guilty of the getting best in slot and then just quitting a game until the next expansion. um
That's
i
fun.
i would stick through it, and then yeah, we hit Wrath of the Lich King, and I faded away. I was like, nope, I'm good.
That was about the same for me too. Yeah, that was like the big kind of that was like the planes of power of I guess of World of
Yep.
Warcraft. So that was basically the ultimate villain, and the lore also worked really well. Like World of Warcraft had really amazing lore that was like pre-established well before you kind of set foot in the world. So that was kind of cool. I personally never was like a huge Warcraft guy, but World of Warcraft was just absolutely incredible in its heyday for sure. So, and I think there's even rumors of like a classic plus or that kind of thing. I maybe if that comes out, I'll check it out. But yeah, that's curious. I was just curious about your World of Warcraft story. Do you remember what server you were on? Just out of curiosity, I was on a Noob Rock. That was like a horde PvP, I guess.
So
Uh,
in World of Warcraft, I played on Kil'jaeden was my
okay,
Alliance server, and Laughing Skull was my PvP server. I mean, was my Horde server.
nice.
They were both PvP servers.
Okay, sweet, sweet, very interesting. How are we doing on time? All
Oh,
good.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. I want to get into Pantheon, just because I'm genuinely
Yep.
curious, and feel free to push back because you know a lot more about Pantheon than I do. But
No
what
worries.
what is your relationship with Pantheon right now? Like, where are you kind of at with the game? Is it going to be your main game? Are you like, are you playing on the PTR server or whatever's going on right now? Did they do the spring update? I haven't looked into it into a little while, but where are you at with the game right now? Are you actively playing and kind of doing stuff with it?
I wouldn't say I'm actively playing. I have played a bit of the PTR. I'm not going very hard on it. I would say I'm kind of discouraged, mainly with the state of the Enchanter. So just to give you an update, the spring update did not happen. It was pushed back and delayed. Right now, I don't think they've set a real ETA for it. People are kind of guessing it's going to be like September-ish.
Hmm.
But I'll just wait for them to give us a date and tell us when it's coming. Right now they're putting in mastery for classes, and there's some limited classes. Enchanters don't have their mastery yet. They've got the tanks and the healers, I think, right now,
Hmm.
that have their mastery. And I feel like I'm in a rough spot. Like I am discouraged, but I still love the game. I still think there's so much potential there. But the devs need to just step it up, keep getting their jobs done. Um, and I'm hopeful, but it's like anything else. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
Yeah.
Calling it a main game, like I would like it to be my main game. You've heard me say it before. Like I would like Pantheon to be my MMO home. I would like it to be, the one, and I'm a tourist in other games, and it's the one I come back to and go. Um, it
I respect that.
gradually feels less and it gradually feels less and less that way. Like you get discouraged and worn down. But really, like I have the old vision of it. I have what I was sold over so many years and what I want it to be, and that's what I wanted it to be. Um, so we'll see. It's still a ways out. Like it's going to be years before launch on it. And I think that's just a new thing to get used to for people in the indie MMO genre. Like you can have a game that you're playing and you enjoy, and it's years from being a game. Like it's not really, you're playing it, but it's not really a game. It's just, you're dabbling in the world. You're learning what this little fraction is. Um, so they've got a lot of work to do. I would say the thing I've said it many times, like devs just get creative. Get creative with your solutions. Don't take the easy route. Don't, take the lazy route. Just sit there and think about how could we solve this in a way that other people haven't. There's a lot of people in the MMO space that, like to throw out this has been solved. And then they give a solution like instancing. Yeah, competition has been solved. We don't need world boss people fighting over world bosses and monopolizing stuff. It's been solved. This problem was solved. Just instance everything.
Hmm.
And then they don't realize like you kill the open world. It's not an open world game anymore as soon as you start adding instancing. Instancing is great for certain games. Like WoW instancing, great. What WoW was built for it. But if you're trying to have an open world game, and I think I've even made this argument just to not throw instancing under the bus. There's creative ways to do instancing. If whether it's monsters and memories, whether it's Pantheon, you can have lore appropriate instancing. You can say, hey, Slayheim's on his rogue epic quest, and he is going to summon a named. And if he summons the named in the open world, somebody could come along and kill steal that named. But guess what? If he doesn't summon the named, if he goes to a mirror and he has a wand that enchants that mirror into a portal, and his group can click that one time portal and it takes them into an instance.
Hmm. Oh, hang on one second, Gulo.
Okay.
I think I lost you for a second. Oh, we're back. We're back.
Oh, no problem.
It could be my internet.
Uh,
Anyway, please continue. Please continue.
oh, no worries. Yeah, that's a way where you can have lore appropriate, world appropriate instancing. And it's just for that one scenario. You go in there, you don't have to fight anybody else. And you can have other contested mobs as part of your rogue epic. You can have dragons and whatever that you have to fight over and that other people might be contesting the spawn. But in that example, you have an instance that makes sense in the game. It's not
Hmm.
like everybody runs to this wall and your group gets their own dungeon with their own dragon and their own name spot.
Yeah.
That to me is a different aspect of the game. Like there's something that came from, and I think everybody feels this, the EverQuest aspect where you're going in there and stuff is camped. The stuff you wanted to camp is camped. You know, it's happened to me in Pantheon. It's happened to me in Monsters and Memories, where you go put together a whole group. You get to the zone. What you wanted to camp was camped. Figure out there's other places. You start talking to your group and going, oh man, like what? Maybe you check the wiki and you go, man, there's a spot.
Yeah.
I've never been there. Let's go over there.
Yeah.
You have a blast. You go find some giants that you never killed before. I did it recently where it's like, I think that's one of the funnest parts is where you're going somewhere you've never been and you're like, well, here's a cave. Let's go into this cave. Let's go. These mobs are our level, or maybe they're just yellow and red and they're going to be difficult, but let's work our way in here.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah,
but
it's
yeah, Pantheon is I would say they're in a rough spot. I think a lot of people feel that way, but to the devs, don't let that discourage you.
yeah.
Like keep your heads up, keep your heads. I was going to say keep your heads down and keep working, but keep your heads up. Like
Yeah.
keep positive and come up with creative solutions. Come up with things that add to the game in a way that you want the game to portray. And it's a game. It's your world. Make it a world. Make it engaging. Make it feel special.
Yeah. Um, what and that's beautiful. Yeah, I love that. What originally pulled you into Pantheon? Like whenever you first heard about it and kind of got into it. We've talked about it before, but just like for
Oh yeah.
the people listening, what's your kind of story with Pantheon? For me personally, it was, I'm a huge Brad McQuaid fan. I love how the game looked, and I know that I think Vidini has explained it to me. Like they've gone into detail, like why they changed the graphics. It was kind of
Yep.
like unstable. Brad is very ambitious, and I think Vanguard had this problem too, where like I personally didn't play Vanguard. I know there's an emulated server. I'm kind of interested in checking it out someday, but just it was too ambitious, and like the graphics weren't quite there yet. It was very like resource heavy, and I think that's the issue that they had with like the graphics in 2018. But to me, it looked better. It felt better. Like those streams with Co Carnage, and man, it was incredible. And that's why I personally got into it and was interested in it. So I felt like I owe it to Brad to kind of try out his sort of last project that he was working on. But that's what pulled me into it. And I'm curious, how did you get into it initially?
So I stumbled upon the Kickstarter initially, and I didn't back the Kickstarter. It's something I kind of regret. I'm one of these anti-Kickstarter people now. I backed a couple projects that
Hmm.
were scams, and I backed a few that weren't. And um, but I stumbled upon the Kickstarter. I didn't back it, but I clicked that little remind me later
Yeah.
button that Kickstarter has, which reminds you within like 48 hours of the thing closing. And I think if they had been close, I would have pledged. But I saw it and I was like, they're not going to make it. And then I saw their announcement that they were going to keep going. Again, I'm a huge Brad McQuaid. That's what got me on the Kickstarter was I looked at it and I was like, Brad McQuaid, oh my God, like instant follow this.
Yeah.
And I read the entire thing. I loved the design of what was pitched on the Kickstarter, which has changed. And then they decided they're going to do their own thing. They're going to do their own funding. And I went and checked out the website and I was like, "Oh man, like I really like the sound of this. I really like, these classes. I really like these races. Like I like their idea of what gnomes are. I liked the scar back when they had backwards legs and the dark mirror were supposed to have mermaid tails when they were in the water and I agree. Brad is one of these overly ambitious people. Maybe he's was here before his time and if we were 20, 30 years from now, we'd be able to do all these things and they'd all be possible. Um, but yeah, basically all of that. When I read the early spell descriptions on the websites, and just the community, like
Yeah.
Basgrim and Minus with Pantheon Plus, and there were these, streamers and community members, Militus and those guys. Like there's these people that were just so great, and you felt like you had this in common with them. You had this EverQuest, you had, Vanguard, you had, the WoW people that people we talk about. Um,
Yeah.
they all kind of came together, and
And
whether they, disagreed on certain little
And can
things.
I just say I'm with you? Whenever I first saw it and I saw
Sure.
these people talking about it, I was thinking to myself, oh my God, like this is it. This is what I've been waiting for. Like, because I kind of moved on from EverQuest. And I was like, oh my God,
Yep.
like this is going to be it for me. This is my MMO. Like, yes, we're doing it, But I didn't contribute. I didn't back it or do the Kickstarter or
Yep.
anything, but just I was like, oh shit, this is going to come out. I'm excited. Anyway.
And I think I followed it for a year or two after the Kickstarter. And then I did like one of the smaller pledges, like 50, $60.
Hmm.
And uh, yeah, eventually got to the point where I raised my pledge a bit more and a bit more. And then they lowered it and to the, I think, 750 tier to get into pre-alpha. And I went with that. And got into pre-alpha, had a ton of fun with the SGL guys, and it's but that's really it. What initially hooked me was just that EverQuest like idea. We talk about WoW Plus. It felt like EverQuest Plus. Like that's really what it felt like to me. Was like we were going to have updated graphics. You talk about the old art style. I again was also a fan of the old art style. The newer art style has grown on me over time, but I still was, if I could snap my fingers and make it all go back to the old art style, I think I would. But
Hmm.
there were so many things like the keeper system, the perception system, um, how they said that classes and races and the combinations were supposed to feel unique. Um, all of those things just resonated with me. They really made me want to go, man, like not only, how we were talking about, like an enchanter and a shaman should have different buffs and debuffs and do different things and feel different. If I'm a gnome enchanter and you're a human enchanter or an elf enchanter, we should notice different things in the dungeon. If I come across a book that's got elf writing in it and I'm a gnome, maybe I don't recognize it, but your elf enchanter recognizes it. Or your gnome rogue sees something that's hidden in the shadows that other people don't
Yeah.
because you just are a little stealthier and a little sneakier and have a little extra perception, low to the ground, and maybe, you know,
I
the ogre warrior notices a shield on the wall and sees something special about that.
Yeah, yeah.
That kind of stuff clicks with me so much, of like you have to give people these engaging, again, engage us in the world, make us feel special, make us feel like we have a puzzle that we can share with the group. Like, oh, I found this. Does anybody else see anything? Does anybody else, can we figure something out? Is there something hidden here that our group is going to be special in figuring out?
Hmm. Yeah. No, and and I love that. I love the idea of just having a dungeon, but you go in there, you go through the dungeon, you get everything. Then there's a higher level area, but then maybe even while you're there, it can be anything besides a dungeon too. But it's like there's something in the world that I don't really know. Is there something here? Maybe I'll remember to come back or just try something with a different way. Just reasons to go back, reasons for the world to just be like this shared space. Yeah,
100%.
definitely. And so I guess what do you think Pantheon is doing well right now? What do you think they're doing good? What do you think they're doing bad? Like give me like the good, bad, and the ugly with Pantheon. Is there anything people misunderstand about Pantheon? Is there anything Pantheon still needs to do? I'll tell you, kind of where I'm at with it. Like, and I appreciate, by the way, that I
Yeah.
met you guys. You took me through Halnir's Cavern. You took me through all the dungeons. You showed me like that really interesting dragon. Like the foundation is there. Like it's amazing. Like like you show me this one like undead camp. That there's all this like stuff in the world. It's very interesting. There is indeed something there. And I'm just of the opinion, like Joppa seems to really understand EverQuest and stuff. Like he speaks so well about it and stuff. Like I believe he understands it just as much as us. It's special to him. But when he says content is king, like I feel, and here's another thing too. Like this is something I'll ask you after this because I'm my mind is just racing. But like if it was up to me, like if I was in charge of Pantheon, and I want to know what you would do if you were in charge, I would just build out more of the world. Like that's very very important. You're always gonna need to balance stuff, of course. Like absolutely, you're gonna balance it, and I know that's something that they're very passionate about. But yeah, just anyway, like what do you think Pantheon's doing well right now? I guess let's start there. But yeah, give me the good, bad, and the
So,
ugly.
kind of, it's what I think they're doing well right now is mastery. I think they need, and again, I'll criticize both ways because I think like the shaman and the druid masteries are the two most recent masteries, and from what I've looked at those, they look a lot better than the previous masteries. The criticism I kind of gave them about mastery coming from how the enchanter feels right now is it feels like they're taking things away from your class to then give them back to you in mastery. And that doesn't feel good.
Oh,
It doesn't
okay.
feel good when your base level of your ability feels worthless. If they give you backstab and your backstab does like 5 damage when it used to do 50 damage. And then all of a sudden you have to get to level 10 and you get a mastery point and you put the mastery point in and it does, oh, backstab does 10 times more damage. You're like, wait, you just made me spend a point to get it back to exactly where it used to be.
Yeah, that
Um,
doesn't feel good, I imagine.
wh- Whereas the shaman and the druid mastery really is additive. It's really adding things on. It's giving your heals, a side effect of stopping spell pushback so that you resist spell pushback. It's giving you that overheal protection that I mentioned on the druid. I think that feels good. It feels good when you are getting new things, when you're becoming a little more special, a little more unique, a little more specialized, and you're not just getting back to baseline through what should be special. You're spending these points to feel a little bit of accomplishment, to feel like I'm putting this there for a reason. And when to me, again, that's just being not creative. If I have to say, oh yeah, I'm just gonna, take your mez that used to be able to mez, let's say 5 targets. And I'm going to make it so you can only mez 1 or 2 targets. And then through mastery, I'm going to make it so you can mez 5 targets again. That's not creative. What's creative, and the example I gave is if you take that and you say, look, we're going to give you we're going to give you a mez just like your old mez. You can mez 5 targets, you know, but mastery is going to make it so if you mez 5 targets, maybe one of those, maybe there's a 20% chance the way I said it the first time, sorry, I think this is a better way to do it. For every target you have mezzed, you have a 5% chance that your next mez is going to be free, the initial spell cast. You still have the mana drain over time, which they removed, but that makes it so you're gaining something. Your mez is becoming a little more powerful. And let's say you don't go into that. You want to go into the other tree, which we don't know what it is yet, but let's just say it's charm. I'm sacrificing that. My mez is going to cost a little bit more mana, or I'm not going to have that special little proc where I get the free the free mez, but I get something added onto my other abilities. So I think they are adjusting. I think they are learning that, hopefully. Um, but I think mastery is something that they've needed to get into the game for a long time, and I think that is a good thing. I think it is a good thing that they're getting that into the game. Um, they need to keep doing it. Content is king. I mean, I'm that's easy to say, but you have to say that and then churn out content. Like, you can't say content is king and then not be working on content constantly. Um, it's easy for me. I'm kind of in the opposite places. You asked me something negative about EverQuest, and I struggled. Like Pantheon, I know there's positive stuff there, but the negative stuff for me is just so easy. I've been staring at it for so long. It's so easy for me to look at that stuff. And I don't want to discourage the devs. Like I love them. I want them to do their best. I want them to make the game that
Yeah. No,
envisioning.
I appreciate how fair
Um,
you are. Yeah, you're very fair and realistic with stuff.
if I gave them one criticism that I would want to address, it would be the difficulty. I feel like the difficulty is leaning in the wrong direction. I feel like over time they have gotten easier and easier and easier and catering more to the casual player, more to the solo player. And again, you heard me say it earlier, I'll echo it. We need all those people. We need the casual people. We need the people who want to play solo, but you don't need to make the game for them. You need to make it possible. You need to say, hey, look, you guys can still do some stuff, not all the stuff. You need to say, hey, look, we have this content that you guys can go do. Not everything. They can't, you can't make it that they can do everything. And I do feel like in that aspect, you talked again earlier, the community being in contact with them, being very close with them. You have the vocal minority that's very loud. Um, I do think they listen to the wrong community members very often. Um, and we'll see. Again, it's their game. They can make it the way they want to, but the vision I feel like I was sold on was that this was going to be much more into the sort of hardcore skilled aspect. You were going to have things like dispositions that your group had to communicate with. You were going to have deaths that mattered, and you were going to have to do corpse runs and get your stuff back. Um,
Yeah. And
and
one thing too, like it's very difficult to build these kind of games. It's very difficult to build an MMO. Sometimes I
yes.
feel like an armchair developer or whatever. Like I don't know
Oh
about it.
yeah.
It's so, one thing that really helps me is like I don't look at the Discord, I don't look at the Reddit. I just go, I live my life. Maybe I check out another game. I come back after a while. But if you're just there like every day and just like, oh, come on. It's it takes time, and also too like the team has had a lot of setbacks. They've lost people on the team. There's been issues with like funding and whatnot. There's it's very
Yep.
difficult. And then also like I guess the community sentiment is there, and I'm kind of curious, like I guess what would you do if you like for me, I mean this is just my idea, but like, and I know it's a lot easier said than done, but if it was me personally, I would pull the game and I would just work on stuff. I would make it to where like, hey guys, there's a playtest for this weekend. Jump in and see what we've done. Maybe we added like this Badia de Cara or whatever, like this water zone, and you know, maybe for Christmas break we can have a like a 1 week playtest, and then just hype it up a little more, because I think. Yeah, if it was me, I would pull the game right now and then just kind of work on it behind the scenes without just people in your ears all the time, like from the community, or maybe even I'm a bit of a conspiracy theorist. Maybe there is a shadowy group of investors or whatever that's like, you know what? We're going to give you this money, but I want mounts in the game, or I want this. Don't,
Yep. I
because
got a stipulation.
I don't
That's it.
know. I'm just, I don't know. But if it was me, I would just pull the game and then just build it on my own time. Just, I don't know. What do you think there? If let's say for whatever reason Joppa stepped down and they came to you and they were like, Gulo, we really want you to just lead the team. What are the things that you would do like right now with what we have, I guess? If
That's so hard because I was gonna say if it's ideally in my world, if I could snap and have, infinite money and funds and I could make the game I would want to make, first of all, I wouldn't say anything about it. I wouldn't say anything. I would shadow drop it. I wouldn't need any hype. I wouldn't need any of that stuff because I feel like you'll agree with me here. If I made a solid MMO that I waited until it was done and just dropped it on Steam, it's gonna get a huge amount of attention. It's
Yeah.
gonna get huge. The MMO market is so starving right now. The problem is it's almost impossible to do that. Unless you're some giant mega studio, like, it's almost impossible to do that. Realistically, with Pantheon, what I would do, and this is a loaded question, but I love it. Um,
Yeah, like if you could,
First of all,
yeah.
is I would have a meeting with all the devs, and I would talk about boundaries. And I personally, I want to shout out to a high school English teacher I had, Deborah, because she kind of gave me this realization about boundaries, where, she always called me my name. I had a nickname in this particular high school, and it was funny because she never called me my nickname. All my other teachers called me my nickname, and I'd ask her, I'd be like, "Why don't you call me that?" And she's like, "I'm not your friend." And then I came back like 2 weeks after I graduated, said
Wow.
hi to her, she called me my nickname. And I was like, "Well," no, she was like, "Well, now I'm your friend. You're not my student anymore."
Wow.
And I was like, I gave her such a big hug, and I was like, and she was like, "You have to have these boundaries. Like, you can't dabble around these boundaries." And I think there's a big issue with not just Pantheon, but all these kind of indie devs and Discord with they don't recognize the difference between being friends and being friendly. You can be friendly with your community. You can be As a dev, you can be friendly with your guild. But as soon as you start being friends with them and taking advice as friends, like, that becomes a hard thing. And I don't want to tell you to end friendships or anything like that, but you can't bring that stuff into being a dev. You can't bring that favoritism in. I can't be like, "Hey, Slayheim, you're my friend, so I'll let you get away with, kill stealing people in the game. I'm going to take your advice on what we should do, on for balance way over everybody else's." And that kind of feels like what's going on. It feels like these people, or whether they're in guilds, whether they're working with guilds, whether they invite these people for, advanced testing, whether they whatever it is, whether they were in the closed alpha and the devs talk to these people, 1,000 times more than they talk to regular community members, that they don't recognize that difference between them being friends and them being friendly. And I think you need to listen to all these people. Like, you need to hear their takes, but you can't just hear one guy's take and go, "This guy's got the answer. His stuff sounds smooth. He wrote it. He had a, chat GPT write up a nice post for him." Look, and I really feel like you have these people in Discord who that there's kind of two strategies. You have these people in Discord that are either going to post hundreds of times just to get their point across, or you're going to have people who write up like a college dissertation. They're going to go on there and write, this huge amount of info and just go, "Look, I know what I'm talking about. I've written masters, theses and all these different kind of things, so I can write up this thing that sounds really great on what you should do." And these devs are just kind of like, "Well, I'm just a coder, but that he wrote this great document that looks good." And it's hard. Like, unless you're really playing the game, and we've seen Joppa do it. We've seen Joppa go, "This feels good," and then he gets in and tries a character and goes, "Wait, this doesn't feel good." I think we've seen Sean do the same thing where he gets in and goes, "Wait, this is broken. This isn't supposed to be this way." They need to get in there. They need to get their hands dirty. They need to have QA testers that are actual gamers that are getting in there. I get you need people that go in there and can understand code and can do that kind of stuff, but you need people to go in there who are going to spend time breaking stuff, who are going to, when you get a bug report, they're going to go figure it out. Um,
Yeah.
that's something I feel like I would sit there and go, we need to have boundaries. We need to have this stuff figured out. We need to figure out who we're listening to, what way, it's hard. I'm one of these people who's advocated for polls and doing email polls and saying, look, if you're going to make a drastic change, poll the entire community, poll all the people that um, you know want to have a say in this. Don't just go read a Discord thread and say, man, this thread's got 6,000 replies in this thread. People must really care about this issue. And then you realize 20 people made those 6,000 posts. And you're like, well, 20 people is not a significant number of our community. The other thing, oh, I just spaced out on it. What was I about to say? The other thing I would really address is the amount of posts like I was talking about on Discord. I think Monsters and Memories just addressed this. They've been rearranging their Discord and making some adjustments on their Discord. And I think they made it where you can only post a new topic like once an hour and it's in slow mode. So you can only reply to it like once
Mhm.
an hour or once every 3 hours. You don't need these people who are replying to every single person, especially in feedback. It's something I brought up in Pantheon's feedback channel of like, if I go in there to post feedback and say something is broken, I don't need to hear from 10 other people. Well, maybe that's what the devs intended, and maybe it should work that way, and blah, 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 blah. I'm here to say this is broken. Damage shields are breaking mez. It shouldn't work that way. Please fix it. I don't need to hear all the other chatter from all these other players. There should be a discussion thread, but there also should be feedback threads where it's like I can just go give my opinion and I don't have to defend myself. I don't have to argue with people, especially people that are just in there to get their post count up so that they can be like, I'm a bigger member of the community than you are. When in reality, if you look at playtime, and I mean, I wish there was a thing like active playtime. I
Mhm.
wish there was a way to look at like this is somebody actually gaining experience. This is somebody actually crafting and actually doing, not just sitting in the city AFK while they're on Reddit and on Discord and on, have three other monitors and they're sitting on the forums all day long. I don't want to be one of those players. I don't want to be sitting there in Discord arguments with people about the game. I'd rather be playing the game.
Yeah, it's tough, it's tough. Do you think that I guess the game is kind of judged fairly, or is it kind of still carrying that baggage from all the development history? Is there anything that the game still needs to prove, I suppose, to I guess continue existing? Or I mean, there is updates coming, right? So I guess, hang on, how should I say this? Like there is stuff coming and being worked on.
Yep.
I guess it's just maybe how the community interprets it.
We're
I,
gamers. This is the internet. Nothing is fair. Nothing. They're not being judged fairly. You have one extreme to the other. You have the people that are high on copium that are making all the excuses that, I was joking the other day saying they sound like Stockholm syndrome people that are like, I swear my kidnapper wasn't that bad. Like, yeah, you have
yeah.
these people who are willing to just say anything of like, this is going to be the greatest game ever. And then you have the people that are like, this is a cash grab and this is a scam. The truth is in the middle. The truth is, look, they're devs. They've got some experienced people. They've got some inexperienced people. They are doing work.
Hmm.
Whether it's mismanaged or not mismanaged. We don't get to see behind the scenes. They're putting stuff out. They're updating. They are setting goals and trying to hit those. Um, I'm not a dev. I'm right there with you of like armchair deving. Like I'm not a dev. I would love to be a dev. I'm an idea guy. Like I could sit here and spout ideas all day long. Like, man, would I love if they hit me up and just said, hey, let me sit with you for a couple hours and throw a problem at you and have you just shoot nonsense back at us and see if something sticks. But there is no fair. There is no fair judgment. Like they're not judging themselves fairly. I guarantee it. Like they're trying their best. You know, the community is you know disgruntled old men that are all curmudgeony, and I get it. And I said it
Yeah.
myself, like it's just easier when I've been staring at it this long. It's easier for me to see the negative things than the positive things. And when I get in there and play, like there's a world, there's a place I want to spend time. Um, they just need more. We just need the content. Like we need if and again, you asked me earlier if I was getting in there, if they made me the leader, if I was replacing Joppa, I would
Yeah, like
say,
what would you
let's
do?
finish all the classes. Let's get all the classes and all the races. Before we've made this argument before you try to balance abilities, before you do all this stuff, let's finish the classes and the races. As soon as you get the classes and the races done, you can start dabbling. But let's be real, we have years. So we have years to try to balance all those classes, to balance all those abilities, to add a little bit here and there, but finish all the classes and then start finishing zones. Once you get the classes and the races done, you can make little adjustments here and there. That's another thing I would criticize them on is they tend to make big sweeping adjustments. They tend to either make something completely broken or in one way or completely broken in the other way. Make small adjustments, and then once you're done with all the classes and the races, churn out zones. Just get those zones out there, even
Yeah.
if they're empty, even if they are still works in progress, get it to where people can go run around and then,
Yeah.
you know,
w-
start working on them. Put those quests in, get the mobs in, get all that.
Yeah.
And it's hard because I'm also the person that's torn of I don't want to see the whole world. I want them to hide stuff from us. I hope beyond hope that they have the other two continents, whether they're just blank slates or whatever, but they're out there and they're never going to show them to us. They're going to wait until the day this game is 1.0 launch, and we're going to have all this new stuff to go look around, because I don't want it all. I want it all at once. I don't want to sit here and go, okay, we got one new zone. 2 months from now, we're going to get another new zone. I'm going to go figure out everything about it, and then we're going to get it. I don't want it trickle fed to me. I want and I think that's one of the things with EverQuest is you had this whole game and then you got expansions and the expansions made sense. And I think at a certain point they stopped making sense. I think WoW suffers the same thing. We talk about bloat in all the aspects, whether it's item bloat or economy bloat or just it, it- you need to develop in a way that makes sense. You need to get it, if content is king, develop content.
Yeah.
That's it. It's that simple.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, now I know it's just kind of it's like a weird middle ground, but like for example, whenever EverQuest did come out, the base game came out, and then I mean the amount of content that was being just released is absolutely incredible. Like the Ruins of Kunark, the very first expansion, that's my
Yep.
favorite MMO expansion ever. I love it. I love the vibe, the theme, everything. And then like Scars of Velias, Luckland, Plains of Power. I mean, and some of those are like not even a year. So some of those are like 8 or 9 months. Just like
Yep.
boom, 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 boom. It's just amazing
Well, and
how
I
much they were able to put out. Whereas now, I wonder, is there money? Is it too expensive? I don't know, maybe. But then look at like Monsters and Memories. And I don't mean to compare the two because it's totally different games. They're trying to do different stuff. But Monsters and Memories is developed mostly for free so far. So
yep.
what is it? What is the holdup? Because there is something there, you know what I mean? And one of the biggest disappointments that I had when I first started playing, it was like, oh man, Throne Fast, like the human capital, holy shit, let's go. Oh man, there's an invisible wall there. That's disappointing. Well, then Avelia started to feel kind of cozy, the little human settlement, like okay. But
Yep.
then it's just like, and then Demeth, but like, what is like, where's like the cities in the world? Like, what's like, that's what makes it feel alive to me. And then just like the choices of the mounts,
Yep.
like the world feels kind of small, but then now there's mounts. It just seems like the priorities are not, I mean, it's not what I would do. So
Yep.
anyway. I,
I'm right there with you, and I
that,
agree with you on Kunark. I had this discussion recently, and what was really funny is I Googled what was added during Kunark, and
oh,
it had
nice.
all the stuff that you would think about. It had the races, it had the new zones, but it was interesting because it talked about the color palette that was added and that they added all of these new colors and like
Oh,
textures basically in Kunark
oh,
that
wow.
affected the later expansions. And I was like, that is so cool. That is something where it's like you're adding these things where it's like we as players probably noticed it and didn't notice it. Like we were like, oh man, this is brighter and there's more colors. And like you think about old original EverQuest, and you don't really think like, oh man, like it didn't have the colors that Kunark and
Yeah,
Velius and these other expansions had, but you just felt it. You went and you were like, oh yeah, it's got different greens and different blues and different, reds, and you're like, I read that and it clicked in my brain of like, it did. It brought all these colors and things that you didn't see. It's all these games, none of them are perfect. I'm enjoying Monsters and Memories a ton, and there are things I would do differently. um and I appreciate how in touch they are with the community and how honest they are. And I love all these guys. I want all these devs to succeed. I want to struggle to put my time into these games. I want the battle between these games to just be like, which one do I want to put my time into? Please make both these games that good. Hurt me, make it a hard decision to figure out which MMO I want to play. Um,
yeah. Oh man,
but
sorry,
like you
Gulo. I
said,
have so
there,
many
there's
questions
things that
here.
are possible. Oh, it's okay. Go
Yeah, no,
ahead.
no, no, no. Please go ahead. We touched on a lot of it. I was just trying to like organize it as much as I can. Anyway, please continue. Please continue.
I was just gonna say, like, you hit on something where you were like, Monsters Memories has basically been, you said free, but I mean, Sean said it recently. He goes, the total spent on Monsters Memories so far is $160,000.
Yeah,
And when I think of that and I look at some of these other games that have had millions, and I'm just like, what? And I get it. I get that they have developers that are working essentially for free. They're volunteering because and I said gambling, that probably nicer to say they're investing. They're not investing money, they're investing their time. Time is money. They're investing their time for a potential payout in the long run. They're saying, man, this is a passion project. I'm passionate about this. Hopefully, other people will be passionate about, and that money will come on the back end. That's amazing. That is an amazing thing. And us as players, I feel like we feel that. I feel like we get into the world and it's kind of like that color palette from Velius. Like we might not see it at first, but when we're in the game, we're feeling that passion. We're feeling that these guys are going into these dungeons and thinking in their heads, like, how would I make this work? Where would I put a trap floor? Where would I do this little thing? Where would I hide a mob that's going to sneak up on people? And those things all make the world feel real. You 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 need that. You need the engagement. I'll go back to that word engagement. You need to engage people in these games, and there's ways to do it. Just keep thinking, keep being creative.
yeah. Absolutely. Man, I'm just blown away. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't think about the color scheme, the color palettes. That's very interesting. Yeah, now that you mention it, it makes sense. They had a lot of ambitious ideas that they wanted to do. I was listening to a talk with Kevin McPherson. He was one of the designers. They had an idea to do like magical storms and kind of have like how weather affects this, but the technology wasn't quite there yet. And I
Yep.
guess they were in such a rush to get stuff out. So um, yeah, it's interesting how many ideas have been kind of lost over time, how much stuff didn't get put in. But so just to kind of stick with Pantheon, I guess just if you had to be fair, what are the biggest strengths and the biggest weaknesses right now? You mentioned the mastery system's a good thing, but just how they've done it for some classes, but other classes it seems like it's been a step back.
I mean, yeah, mastery is what they're currently working on. They're working on other stuff. They're working on Bardia Dicaria and getting some other stuff done for that big update that we're waiting on. Some more patiently than others. um,
Hmm.
Pantheon does some really great stuff. I mean, I really like the classes that they've chosen. I really like the races, even if they're not all in the game,
I
looking
will
at you
say,
gnomes, archive.
the classes feel good. Sorry to interrupt you. Like, so if you were a dire lord and I'm a cleric, like it's very
Yeah.
different. Like it's very, or if you're a rogue and I'm whatever, like you can, it does feel like your class. So that's something that I like about it. The class identity feels really good. But please continue.
I'm I'm right there with you. I think, again, these classes, through mastery, hopefully they gain some more uniqueness, some more abilities, some more, special stuff. But I think the classes that they've chosen to do are good. I think the uniqueness, again, I think you have them there. They need tweaks, but that's not a big deal. Tweaking them isn't a big deal. You just have to get all the classes in. Um, I think they really struggle with, again, their priorities. I think they, for lack of a better term, are kind of wishy-washy. I think they kind of pick something, and then whether it's a community member, whether it's a employee, who knows, whether it's an investor, they go from one thing to like, we need to churn out content and zones to mounts are coming next, or we're doing, this. And you're just like, in the whole community, or I shouldn't say the whole community, I don't speak for the whole community, but it feels like a not insignificant part of the community is just pondering like, where did this come from? Why is this a priority? Why aren't we working on other things, that kind
Yeah.
of feel more sensical? Um, and they give reasons like these are going to lead to us, having easier times in the future. We're doing mounts because it's going to help with the taming system and the charming system and whatever other systems. And if that's the case, I'm not a dev. You guys, do what you
Yeah.
need to do, figure out the systems you need to get implemented. Um, but that's what it feels like. It feels like they're kind of wishy-washy on what they're prioritizing and what they're working on. And again, to use Mountain as an example, you put it out there like, I'm with you. The world doesn't feel big enough to a point where you need mounts. Will it? I think it will, 100%. When we have three continents and we're doing, we have boats and we have all these different things, I think, it would kind of be like putting boats in. If you put boats in right now, there's nowhere to take your boat. Why put boats in? Oh, you're going to put boats in, it'll make other systems easier? Okay. But give us
Hmm.
a reason. Give us, and maybe that's what they're doing Body of Dakara for. Maybe they need a zone to give us boats. But it just didn't feel like horses were there yet. Um, and it feels like there's other things the community has been asking for that we haven't gotten. And it's like, you know, why? Why wouldn't you want all the classes in? Even if you add the classes and they could only be one race, like throw Bard in and say, hey, look, it can only be human. And we're, like they did it with Warrior. And I get people complained about Warrior for a long time. They put Warrior in and Warrior only had like 5 abilities. And everybody complained. Well, you put Warrior, they asked us. They said, do you want Warrior in incomplete or do you want us to finish it? And the community said, we want Warrior incomplete. And they put it in and the community complains. You just have to be aware of that. People are going to
Yeah.
complain no matter what.
That's what I was gonna say. Have you noticed that sometimes gamers, I'm not sure where I land on this, but sometimes like gamers just feel like the most entitled people like ever. Like
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
Sometimes it's like you're not sitting on the board. You're not like not everything needs to be like just because I make a design change or do something, I don't need to have like a public courtroom explanation for everybody. It's like you're not. I don't know. That's just kind of how I feel. But sometimes
I,
gamers are the best and the worst thing about games. Do
I've
you ever get
I've
that?
said it before. I've said it to Joppa years and years ago, and every time I think about it, it's kind of funny because I feel like these words are way wiser than I am.
Yeah.
Um, we as gamers, especially, like probably as people, but we as gamers, we barely know what we want. Most of the time, we're wrong about that. We definitely don't know what we need. And make the game we need, not the game we want. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, if I got the game I wanted, most people wouldn't play it. But that's not the game I need. The game I need is something different. Like it's we need something, and again, I'm going to say what we need, and I don't know what we need. We need something that's going to make enough people happy to keep a community, to keep a server community, even if it's one server. Like we need enough people to keep a server community happy, to keep value in people. You know, things like reputation mattering needs to be in there. I don't know if you saw the other day, it was fantastic. Uh, a GM who I'll leave nameless. Most of us probably know who it is, but
Oh boy. I'm actually not sure.
he
But yeah, go ahead.
he
Hit me with it.
in Monsters in Memory, he shouted out worldwide that he banned somebody,
Oh, yeah, I'm not. Oh, dude, I've been so
and
busy. Yeah, yeah.
so I'll say this guy. Supposedly, what happened? Again, I'm not a dev, I'm not a GM, I don't have any insider information, but supposedly, what happened is this guy, let's just say, leveled impossibly quickly as hardcore levels. And hardcore levels get announced when you're in Monsters and
Oh,
Memories. So they're like a zone wide announcement or whatever, server wide.
yeah.
And this guy, if you gain like 10 levels in 10 minutes, you're it's going to get noticed. And people were congratulating this guy, and the GM banned the guy and said, "Hey guys, I just want you to know this guy was cheating and he was banned for cheating." And that was just so nice. It was so nice to hear this GM confirm that, hey, this guy who was spamming everybody with his hardcore level ups was cheating, and he had just gotten banned, and they took action against them. And the community responded in slash shout and slash OOC with throwing up hearts and less than threes and being like, yeah, great job. Like
It sets a good
that's it. Like
example.
you need to know that the devs are going to get rid of the people that are having a negative impact on the game,
Yeah.
and that you create this environment where people want to be a part of that community. They want to be in your world. They want to be engaged.
Yeah. No, it's beautiful. And then that's a good way to handle it. It puts a it sets like a really good example, for sure. Okay, well, I don't want to beat up on Pantheon. That's another thing. I don't want this to be like a thing because
I don't either. I don't,
I want the
yeah,
game to succeed. I really do. And I'll just highlight before we move on to Monsters and Memories. That's the next topic specifically because I'm itching to talk about that.
yeah,
And actually, I was listening to Mr. C's podcast. He had Nathan Napalm on. Shout out to Nathan Napalm. I hope I get to meet you
Nathan, yeah.
someday, bro. But anyway, he said. He's like, I'll be honest, I'm just having more fun on Monsters and Memories right now. I'll pop back in. I'm just paraphrasing, but he basically just said,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll check in from time to time, but right now I'm having more fun on Monsters and Memories. One thing about Pantheon, I love like the sound design, the way that the water is, the climbing system is really cool. It really kind of taps into that. The rain, like the sound is feels really, really good. So they do have some really
Climbing
cool
is
things there.
great.
Yeah, yeah.
It's such a change in how MMOs feel, and it surprised me. Like when you're going out and exploring the world, how much climbing, because you end up going into other MMOs and you're like, I feel like I should be able to climb this. I feel like my little guy could just climb up this if he really wanted. I'm this super powerful guy. I've got 150 strength or something.
Yeah.
Um, It does, like, to give them props on that, like the traversal in the world feels good. I think there's things that need to be added to it. It's not perfect. But yeah, climbing is a great thing that Pantheon's added, and I think a lot of MMOs could learn from that.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful. I have this idea they could do just this like giant tower, like back in the day, just old like 19 like 60s or like 70s style, whatever, just like that old art with like, and even Ease, those games like YS, like they had this like just iconic like endless tower you could climb. Maybe you could have some kind
Mhm.
of open world dungeon where there's like different levels, but you can only access certain points. eh, like you can only climb so high, but if you were really good at climbing, maybe you could get all the way to the top, like kind of like an endless
Yeah.
tower kind of a thing. But just like you, I'm just an ideas guy. What it would actually take to implement that, I don't know, but they could really lean into some stuff with the climbing for sure, or even just climbing down, just
That
dungeons
I was
being
just gonna
vertical
say,
now.
climbing down. Like you talk about, they're gonna have these swimming areas where you swim down and it's underwater, and you just made me think like you could have essentially the same thing with climbing. You could have this pit where it's like, the deeper you get, the higher level it gets, and how scary that is of like, maybe at level 20 you want to climb down to the first floor, and that's level 20, 25 stuff. But if you fall, you're falling to level 40, level 50 stuff.
Hmm.
And all of a sudden you got to find a higher level to come help you out. That sounds very cool, very intriguing.
Yeah, sweet.
Hey, kitty, kitty, kitty.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much most of the Pantheon stuff that I think I wanted to cover. And like I said, it
Okay.
just comes from a place of love. I wanted to do well. And yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, I guess we'll never truly know the inside. It's a private company.
That's it.
I'm not a
We're
game
not
developer.
devs. I would do things
So,
differently. Like I wasn't even gonna say it because it's like if I could start like taking over Pantheon now would be so hard. Ideally, like if I used to think like, man, if I won one of these giant mega lotteries, I would just buy out Pantheon and take over the leadership. And I'm to the point now where it's like I would just start a new game.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I
It's
would
it.
I would start a new game. I wouldn't even want to take over what they're doing. I'd be like, look, I'm gonna start something new. And I'd probably go in a completely different direction. Like I've liked other games too, like Planet Side, and I've talked about like I would love to do a three faction PvP game. I would love to just get like a game that's kind of like Dark Ages of Camelot or I was talking to the guys recently and I was like, I would love a like mixture between sci-fi and fantasy in a three faction PvP game. I would love to see like space marine type characters fighting wizards and warlocks, and why can't that work? Why can't you have people playing like a shooter game fighting people that are playing, a tab target spell casting game, and then have a third faction, and maybe that third faction's like, you know, sword fighting action RPG kind of guys. Um,
Yeah,
Balance is going to be a nightmare. But again, you just make it so they're all OP in their own way. That's what I think you have to do. But we can move on. Monsters and
absolutely.
memories.
Absolutely. Yeah. Let's do that. I just a question on my mind while you were talking about that before we dive into it.
Okay.
Do you think like so yeah, Monsters and Memories, Pantheon, Adrullan Online Adventures, that's a really big one. Maybe something else is cooking. This Scars of Honor is very interesting to me. I'm a little bit biased because I'm originally from Bulgaria and it's a Bulgarian
Yeah.
based kind of MMO. So I kind
Yep.
of want to
Yep.
try it, but to be honest with you, like the idealized what's it called, the stylized graphics and stuff, I'm not a fan
Yeah.
of that. I'm just really not. Now if the gameplay is there, it'll grow on me. I don't like
Yeah.
the the graphic style on Pantheon, but the classes are fun. Like the way the classes play are fun.
Yeah.
But generally,
Yep.
I don't
Yep.
like that style. And Scars of Honor kind of leans into that with like big shoulder pads and like whatever, like World of Warcraft
I
style.
mean,
Yeah, and that's another
I'm
thing.
not
World
in
of
it.
Warcraft, I don't like the graphics. I don't like that style. I prefer
I was gonna
EverQuest.
say
Yeah,
I'm not into any of these games graphics. Like
yeah,
I'm not in it for the graphics. Like Eminem, I'm not arguing to anybody. Like, but I loved your take on like people are complaining about the graphics in Eminem when really they're complaining about the art style.
yeah.
And I loved you kind of pointing that
Oh,
out.
thanks, man.
Um, because that's really the truth. Like I'm not a fan of the art style. Like the graphics are great. Like the spell graphics, I love all these little graphic things they do, but it's the overall art style where I'm like, man. But then I see more and more of what Monsters and Memories is doing, and I love it. And honestly, Pantheons, like I said, I would still go back in time and take the old art style, but the new one's gotten better and better. It has. Adrullan Online, am I a big fan of the art style? No. Does it, does it engage me? Um, Scars of Honor is so hard for me because I just get such a visceral gut reaction that I feel like it's going to be pay to win. I feel like, and I'm super strict on like any pay for convenience is pay to win. Any pay for any advantage is pay to win. Like buying bags on EverQuest TLP is pay to win. XP pots are pay to win. Like I get people making the argument of like you can't win an MMO. And I'm like, yeah, but paying for an advantage is pay to win. Like any advantage. If I have to go farm for an 8 slot bag and you can buy a 12 slot bag, that's an advantage. Like if you can carry more stuff than me at the same level because you spent $10, that's an advantage. Um, and again, there's places for those games. Like
Yeah.
they're pay to win games. I'm not saying they shouldn't exist. I just don't want to play them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Do you think though, just as someone you play a lot of games, not only MMOs, you play a lot of games
Yeah.
in general, and I'm just generally curious about your perspective. Do you think we're kind of like in this last not a last chance, but this is maybe the last gasp of like what MMOs used to be and like what they're really all about before we like really go in a different direction with it, now we have like the MMO lights, and there's like a big mobile market, I guess, in Asia where most of us are. I mean, I'm included in this too. Like, I'm on my phone more than I am like the computer. There's a lot of
Yeah.
times during the week, like, I pretty much work a 9 to 5, and so there's times where like I don't even come in here and turn the computer on. I'm just busy during the week, which I think is also healthy too. If you're like super invested, like I said, don't sit there and just read the Reddit every day and like read every little Discord message and just get rage baited and just upset.
Yep. Yep.
Just it's healthy to take breaks. But do you think that maybe the next step would be like some weird like virtual reality kind of where we're all plugged in like Sword Art Online style and just like you're really like put into the world? Or do you think there'll always be, I guess, how should I frame this? Do you think this is the last chance for like a true indie like sandbox MMO? Is these projects like, because I think we
I
are
want to
we
say
are past the era of
it.
Kickstarter
Yeah.
scams. That was a bad thing for a while. These failed Kickstarters. So now it's like these more privately funded and organized games. Anyway, yeah, that was basically the question.
I I want to say I agree with your feeling in that. Like it feels that way, but I also feel like I have this feeling that that's what it might take for it to come back. Like if you think of history repeating itself and trends coming back, I almost feel like we're waiting for MMOs to die before they can really come back.
See, you know what? Can
Like
I
I
just
feel like
say that's beautiful? And spoiler alert, I already talked to Sean and he said the same thing. We're kind of in a cycle. Oh, that's
yeah,
brilliant, man. Please continue.
I I I feel like we need to see games like WoW become essentially co-op lobby games. And maybe people will start making that the norm. And then somebody's going to come by and go, that's not what people really want. Yeah, they're cool. Yeah, co-op lobby games are convenient. Yeah, you can go get 5, 6 people and throw an instance together and be instantly in and go clear it out in 20 minutes, and you feel like you accomplished something. You did something in your 20, 30-minute time block, and it's great for those kind of people, but you're still going to have these people. And it's one of the things, like, I see these people make these arguments in the Pantheon Discord and the Monsters and Memories Discord, any old school MMO kind of community, of people don't have that time anymore. Our generation doesn't have that time anymore. And they're speaking for themselves, but they want to speak like they're the majority. There's still kids out there. There's still kids out there, and I feel like kids are going to pick up this game just like we did EverQuest. You're going to have people who are in high school, 14, 15, 16, and you're going to have people going, could you imagine 20 years from now, people being like, man, Monsters and Memories almost made me fail sophomore year. Monsters and Memories almost made me drop out of college. You've heard all those EverQuest stories. You've heard people say these stories
Yeah,
of, like, I got married because of this game, but you also hear people, I got divorced because of this game. And
dude.
I hope these games are that good.
Yeah,
I hope Pantheon and Monsters and Memories come out and we hear these stories. But you need new people. You do. You
yeah,
need these younger generations to come in and learn. Hey, like, um, I forget who it was. I forget if it was the Lazy Peon. Uh, I think it was him. I think it was the Lazy Peon who I can't remember. It was Pantheon or Monsters and Memories. It might have been both, where he played them, and he was really. I think it was Pantheon, the one I'm thinking of, but I think he's played both and kind of had the same take of, he really didn't like the death mechanics. He really didn't like that it didn't teach you things. And then he played it for a couple hours and was like, I get it. I do like it. I do like that death matters. I do like that these old mechanics that aren't handholdy. I get why. And it takes that. It takes, you're going to have quitters. You're going to have people who the class doesn't, play the way they want it. They're going to quit. They're going to die and they don't want to lose XP. They're going to quit. But you're also going to have people who don't quit. And those are the people you want. You want the people who are going to endure, who are going to go, man, like, I talk about it with corpse runs. I talk about Embers Adrift, to talk about another game that we haven't mentioned.
oh yeah, wow,
We had
Embers
a guild.
Adrift.
We had a guild called Bag Runs, and it was all about going back and getting your corpse. And it was, the bonding experience you have when you have a group that dies and you fight back into a dungeon. People have to go, and you're like, man, I can't leave these guys hanging. I have to put in a little bit extra time. I have to tell my wife, hey, I need another half hour to go get these guys in to get their corpses.
Mhm.
And you have a bonding experience with those people that's different from the person who's like, nah, guys, I'm gonna bail. I'm gonna bail. I'll come back alone and find somebody to help me get my corpse tomorrow. I'm gonna leave you guys. And you're like, man, well, I don't want to group with that guy again, but I sure as heck want to group with these people who stayed on a little bit longer and helped us all get our stuff back. um i I really like, I think there's something to be said in that you create, like, you have to create the world and the opportunities and let the players do the rest. We talked about that with skills and feign death and charm, and it's like, you put them out there and see what the players do with them. Build around that. And yeah, sometimes you're going to get it wrong. Sometimes you're going to put something out there that's broken. Sometimes it's not going to work the way you want it to go. Don't have a knee-jerk reaction. Don't just remove it. Don't just toggle it off. Don't, try to think of a creative way to make it fun. Let it be fun. Um, I think of something a while back with Dune Awakening. Throw another game out there. And it was a mechanic, with how they were playing with, you had a grappling hook and you had a grab cloak thing where you could, like, hover, and people were combining it. and the dev team went to one of the lead devs and said, "Hey, people are abusing this." And the dev said, "So what? It's fun."
Yeah, that's
And
brilliant.
I'm like, That's it. That's he just nailed it. So what? It's fun. Do it. Do more. So what? It's fun.
Yeah.
Come on, bring it."
And if that's why we play these games in the first place, you got to remember that. Yeah, absolutely. I love that. Um, yeah, yeah. And one thing too, just while you were talking, I was thinking about this. So, EverQuest is like 26, 27 years old, whatever. But people forget that World of Warcraft is right behind it. World of Warcraft's like
Yep.
21 or 22 years old. It's also an old game. So then I think like from a population standpoint, I think Final Fantasy 14 like briefly surpassed it at some point. But then that's another game that's like 13 years old. So like these major
Yep.
MMOs have been around for a while, and I think the people have, yeah, like they've grown up, they've gotten married, they've had careers, whatever, like, but they remember that time, like what it's like to be there in the beginning in the world before these games changed so much. They're not the same games as they were back in like the first couple of years or whatever. So I think there is going to be this like there's always going to be this desire to kind of get into worlds with your friends and just play and have fun and just be immersed. That's ultimately what it's like at the end of the day, not just like, now there's like damage meters and like everything's like super optimized, super accessible. Just no, just you queue in, you go to the dungeon, you roll for your thing, you never see the people again.
Yeah.
And
Cross server queues. You don't know anybody. Everybody's expected to know their job and just go in and clear something out and do their dailies, and then your chores are that's what I always call them. I'm like, your chores are done for the day. You got your login bonus, you did your daily quest, you finished your chores, and you log back out and you do it all again the next day. That's not fun.
yeah, it's not fun after a while. Sometimes I kind of get into the hype, like, oh yeah, and then just very quickly I'm just realized like, I don't know, this isn't for me. Because I used to be like that. I used to chase like the next shiny thing on the horizon.
Yeah.
Maybe to a certain extent that'll always be a thing, but either way, it's very interesting that we're in a resurgence, and I'm very excited because there's like so many projects, and I think it's healthy too. And I think one of the things too, just very briefly to go back to Pantheon for 1 second, I think it was the game. There was nothing like it for a while. There was nothing like it,
Yes.
and now there's Monsters and Memories, Adrullan Online Adventures, whatever, Embers Adrift. Like, it's it's good, it's healthy, it's good competition. It's kind of competition, but it's kind of
Yeah.
not, because they're all very different. That's what I like to call it. They're the same sort of roots of the tree is like, it's great, but like the roots are kind of different. Anyway.
And they all have opportunities to learn from each other. Like they
Yeah,
all can learn different things from each other.
yeah, absolutely. So just to like segue into Monsters and Memories, where are you at with Monsters and Memories? Like, how did you find it? How did you like, what do you think about it? Is it going to be your main game when it comes out? It seems like you and Mr. C are like deep into the beta testing. I think you're like mid-level 40s, something like that. How's all that looking
I
for you?
I'm, it's funny because when the test originally came out, they said that we were going to already be in, you know, EA. They said EA was going to start in June,
Hmm.
and I decided I was going to take it slow. And you know me, I'm more hardcore than most people. Even when I'm playing casual, I'm more hardcore than most people.
You're very
So I've been
dedicated.
playing I've been playing pretty casually, which means I have a 44 Shadow Knight, a 40 Druid, uh,
Wow.
20 something. I have multiple characters that I'm playing with different people and trying not to level fast. And in reality, if I was trying hard, I'd probably have two level 60s by now. Um, I'm really enjoying it. I am really enjoying Monsters and Memories. Again, calling it a main game, I'm torn. I am really enjoying it. I really like the world they're creating. It's still novel to me. There's still new zones, new mobs, new mechanics, new things for me to learn. Um, I like what you just said. I want it to compete. I want it to compete for because I'm only paying for one MMO sub. If as soon as an MMO has a sub, I'm not playing more. And you got to compete. You got to be the best. You got to be the one that I decide I'm putting all my time into. Could it end up being, I play it for 3 months and then I cancel my sub and go play another game for a month or two and then come back later? We'll see. But I'm really enjoying it right now. I really like what they're doing. Um, I think they're going kind of the opposite direction as difficulty as Pantheon is, whereas they started off easier and are getting more and more difficult. They're, increasing the time to kill. They're making changes that I particularly like. I don't think their end goal is where I would want it to be, but that's fine. And I'm looking forward to their changes. They're changing some of the classes that I play. Like Shadow Knight is my highest level character. I plan to main an enchanter, but the deep gnomes aren't in yet, and I want to be a deep gnome. Um, they're going to completely change Shadow Knight, and I'm excited for it. There's a lot of people really upset. I'm looking forward to the Witcher slash Monster Hunter kind of class that they're talking about. Um,
Yeah.
I just really like what they're doing. I like how they're putting out content. I like their pacing. I like the social interactions. I like that social interactions are encouraged in the ways and the systems that they've chosen to do it through. I like the death mechanic. I like, I that was something I didn't think I would like. Like when I played the first beta test and I realized you dropped your spell book, and I went right away to my brain going, well, maybe I'll play a monk or somebody that doesn't even have a spell book. Like maybe I'll play somebody that gets to keep my skills because that feels way too harsh.
Hmm.
And I'm playing all characters that have spell books. And when I drop my spell book, it's exactly like we were talking about. You go, I got to figure it out with my group. I got to work with my group on how we're going to get our corpses back. And does somebody have invisibility as a cantrip so that we can invis in, or do we have to find a rogue or somebody that can recover? And so many of those things like you take for granted. And us EverQuest players, like a lot of people, I get it. If you all you know is WoW and you have that happen to you, like that feels insane.
Yeah.
But once you get into it and you get your corpse back a couple times and you start realizing like it's not the most difficult game. If you died and lost your corpse, you probably made a big mistake or somebody with you made a big mistake. Learn from it, move on. Um, and like I said, it creates that bonding with your group. It creates like these people stuck with me. Like we didn't fall apart at the first sign of adversity. We got through it together, and hopefully strive. Hopefully get rewarded for it. Kill a name, get some loot. Get a level or two. There's again, like I want to write off a lot of this happiness and fun as it's novel, like it's new. And I think that is a thing. I don't think it's the thing, but I think it is a thing. I think having new stuff and going looking at like a game like Pantheon where I've been testing it, playing it for so long that I've seen all the stuff that's in the game right now. And but just the direction, just hearing the genuine words that Sean, a living robot, Zukin, ZBrush, Goblin Works, like a lot of these people, the devs, the art team, and the direction they want to go. And even when I disagree with it, like I get it. I get like that they have their own ideas on how they want to approach things. And if you had asked me, about how he verbalized what he did with the bone construct, I probably would have said, oh, I could do it better. I could figure it out better. But then when I saw him implement it and show it on stream, I was like, that's great. That's a really creative way to control a raid environment. And stop zerging and stop people abusing, bringing higher levels in to heal from outside the raid and do all these different kind of exploitive behavior. And I think that's it. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, you just have to have creative ways to address these problems. Some of them have probably been done before. Some of them can be reimagined, but some of them you can come up with new stuff and figure it out. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but now's the time to do it. You're in testing. Once EA comes and you've said there's not going to be a wipe with Monsters and Memories, that's
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 when I'm
hard.
going all in, baby. I can't
Yeah.
wait. Yeah, no, that's beautiful, Gulo. That's absolutely beautiful. And I'm gonna look into that. I think that's a really brilliant idea because I've done Bone Construct and it
Mhm.
felt very clunky. You had to like really run in there, otherwise you get feared out. And then like the character
Mhm.
gets caught up. Sometimes they have these little like raised little like braziers or whatever with the blue light. Sorry, I got cat hair
Yep.
floating everywhere. But and so you can get caught on that stuff, and it's just I don't know. So I think that's beautiful. Yeah, it's beautiful that Sean, he's someone that was on the inside. He was like part of EverQuest in its heyday, and
Yep.
that's why the experience is there, just from the team. And I'll be honest, I'm not as knowledgeable as the other dev teams of some of the other games we've mentioned. So I'm very interested in Monsters and Memories. That's the game that I'm planning to quote unquote to main. So,
Yep.
but yeah, the experience like really shines through in a lot of these other design choices. Now you did mention, you mentioned like they're going in a direction. I'm just paraphrasing, but it's not like what would you like to see from the game? You mentioned it's not something you would be into as much. Was that with some of the
Uh,
class changes or?
no, I tend to I like difficult things. I like and Sean talked about it. He called it. Their goal is a sandwich game.
Hmm.
They want
Oh
you to be
yes.
able to eat a sandwich with one hand and play with your other hand. And I totally understand that. But that is not necessarily what I would want. Like, I like games where you need to be paying attention, where you have, uh, you know, you have to you have to have skill. You have to have those skill checks, and you have to have your group members paying attention, and everybody has to be coordinating. And it's a well polished machine that gets rewarded with well polished loot.
Hmm.
Um,
Hey, you know what?
And he kind of addressed that. He said, later on they want you to have both. They want you to be able to have that sandwich content where you can play that way, but they also he said, it's never going to be a high APM actions per minute game. But they also want to have content where you have to pay attention, where you're like, these people, are dangerous. This could happen. And I think you heard me say it a bunch. You need both.
Yeah. No, that's beautiful. And can I just say the game does such a good job. I know they're working on itemization and all this other stuff, and they have like, for example, Wormsbane's got that armor that you can pursue if you want to. It's kind of like
Mhm.
not it's an end game armor if you were like maybe level 20 and just kind of wanted to stick around there and play with your friends. It's a really good armor to have. And then there's all these camps throughout the world. There's like you and I can log in and just do it together where we could get like a little small haste item or like a little staff with some stats on it or like a helmet with something on it. There's stuff like sprinkled throughout the world that's like small group content where you can do like a 2-man or a 3-man group and just be super comfy and have a lot of fun. But maybe eventually you can go to that like Fallen Watch or whatever, that big castle in the distance,
Yep.
and your Shadow Knight could be, you could have a full set of like some epic armor with maybe that green undead glow to it. And then people are like, holy shit, like he's been there. He's been to the end and like seen everything. I love that idea of so like there'll always be a group of players, and I feel like even though this is still beta, Monsters and Memories understands that really well, where you could have casual players mixed in with like hardcore players. I like the idea of like, sure, like you mentioned earlier, you can go and kill bumblebees outside, the thing, and you don't get as much cool stuff as like the person who works really hard, raids, whatever. Like I love that idea. And so it can be whatever you want it to be. And like, sure, if you have 20 minutes a week or whatever, then that sucks. But maybe you can just plan it better. Maybe you can say, "Hey guys, I got this much time. Let's log in. Let's do it." Planning is everything, and like you even mentioned it too. If you're well prepared and well planned, you're gonna have an easier time than if you just like blindly run in when you don't know. So,
I love that you mentioned the Wormsbane armor, because as somebody who farmed a full set of Wormsbane armor
oh, did
sitting
you?
inside Wormsbane, yet my Shadow Knight has a full set and
Oh, wow,
90% of it's sitting in the bank right now.
dude, that's
um,
awesome.
a- but again, Sean just mentioned on a recent stream, they are actually looking at removing the Wormsbane armor and changing how it works. And I really enjoyed the idea of what he was saying, is that instead of having this one dungeon where they want you to just go sit at different camps to collect all the pieces, they're looking at changing it to be sort of mid-level armor and having the quests lead you all over the world, so that you have to go explore different zones and different areas to
That's
finish.
beautiful.
If you want to get that full set, you have to go check out the world. And I think that's a great way of almost making a tutorial. Like, you're giving people this incentive, and you can make it so unique that way. You can make it like, hey, this class needs to go here, but this other class needs to go there. And you want to help people, you want to go get rewards. And I like the idea of it so much. As I have been, like I said, learning, like, you can go see different aspects of the worlds and new zones, and everybody's got their little cookie cutter camp they want to go to. But if that one's taken, there's plenty of other camps. You just have to go wedge yourself into the world and find it. And I think that's a great way to do it. I think it's a great way to just show people these other zones that are less populated and say, look, there's a reason to go to Glass Flats. There's a reason to go to Shallow Shoals. There's a reason to go to these other zones that maybe not everybody's hanging in because they're not as easy to get to or convenient, or there's not a port there, or
Yeah, I love that.
to me, it's such a cool way of dispersing people into the world.
Yeah, I love that. I love having a reason to go to these places, and also just like from a lore perspective, maybe giants are in uh, Vale of Zintar for a reason, or there's bandits in
Mhm.
the desert for a reason. And another thing too, Sean, I was reading through some old Reddit posts. He mentioned that cities are cities. They're not starter cities. They're specifically cities because the intent is for you to return there later. Like even if you are level 60, there's a reason to go to the city, not just a starting location that you just never go back to ever again. I love that idea of just the world is the world, and it doesn't matter what level you are. It's a
Well,
beautiful
and you
thing.
mentioned Thronefest in Pantheon being walled off, and you can't even get there. And like, it's the complete opposite when you log into Monsters and Memories. Like, I was overwhelmed. I don't know about you, but when I
Dude,
logged into Night Harbor, I was like, I don't know where anything is. There, nobody's telling me where anything is. I'm asking my friends. I'm asking complete strangers. Where's the bank? Oh, there's two banks. So this.
yeah,
And like I said, I have a level 44. I have multiple characters. I still find new stuff pretty constantly. Like, I'll just be running around and be like, man, I've never checked this little cubby hole down here. What's down here? And you're like, there's a merchant down here. There's an alchemist over here.
yeah.
And
I
that's
think
such a fun feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Just happening upon something, even like that little alleyway with bandits in it at night where they can like
Mhm.
kill you in the city. You can die in your own
Yep.
city. So and I think there's the Night Harbor Celibacy Club or whatever that you can level to 60 in Night Harbor without ever leaving apparently. And there's like hidden dungeons that the grain cellar or whatever. I haven't looked into all that stuff too deeply, but you're absolutely right. And so actually, there's a buddy of mine. He's like a real life friend, and I'm trying to introduce him to the game. He got into beta and stuff. He's not like super into those kind of games, but he's really trying. God bless him, he's really trying. And he's had like 3 play sessions where he just can't get out of the city. He's just lost in the city. I was like, you got to get out of the city, man, and just grind a little bit. I'm more of a grinder. I think grinding in those games is kind of fun versus questing. I have this whole bit about
Yep.
that, but you got to grind. And so, yeah, so there's so much to see and do, and the world feels like a world, And that's what I was going to ask you. Like, what do you think that I guess Monsters and Memories is doing differently from Pantheon? And then one thing too, let's just say Pantheon made some mistakes, whatever. I would do things different. Maybe Monsters and Memories will too. They haven't had a perfect run either. Like there's always stuff happening, and maybe another game will come along that learns from all this stuff and just makes it even better and more streamlined next time. That's the beautiful thing to me. It's healthy competition, and they can all learn from each other. There's just iteration upon iteration. It's a beautiful thing to see. But what do you think Monsters and Memories is doing differently from Pantheon? What do you think it understands, I guess, about kind of like this old school MMO audience? Do you have any thoughts
Well,
there?
first of all, I have to give it up. Like you have Sean. You have Sean. I think he is such a key sort of figurehead, and I know he's not the only one. I know they have some other EQ vets there, um, but I think he fundamentally has an understanding of what made that game what it was, and because he worked on the customer support aspect too, I think you really start to understand, like, not only developing, but like you get what the GMs have to go through. You get what problems people really care about. You get how negative, dual boxing or cheating and third party software and automation and things that you get how impactful those things are on your game and how hurtful they can be. um
Yeah.
Another thing is the streaming, like how upfront they are
Oh,
with their
dude.
development, how
Yeah.
upfront they are with their artwork. um It is amazing. It is amazing hearing them just, be genuine and show what they're kind of playing with, and seeing their artists go, "Well, I was thinking this and thinking this, but we decided on this, and it's all good. Like, that's not how I would do it, but this is how we chose to do it, and it fits the game." Um, I really like that. I really like that, and they've hit their stumbling blocks. Like I said, they were gonna release EA, and then they made a decision not to. And I think it was the right decision. That's kind of a personal bias for me as
Yeah.
somebody who
I
wants to
agree.
main a deep gnome. Like, I think you should release the deep and the deep gnomes
Yeah.
before the EA
And can
starts.
I just say, they didn't have to do that. They could have pushed the date all
No,
the
they
way
didn't.
back, and they could have said, you know what, it'll be EA with Night Harbor and
Yep.
Fail and Draw. But they're like, it's going to be EA October 1st, but we're also going to have Module 1. And I think that's beautiful. They didn't have to do
Yep.
that, but more power to them. There's conspiracy theories that it might be delayed again. It's never coming out, whatever. Don't listen to the naysayers. These things happen all the
Just wait
time.
and see. That's all I can say is just wait and see. I think it was the right call overall. I think it was. You know, Things I would do differently. I personally have voiced
Yeah.
this one multiple times. I'll start off with the difficulty one just because I already mentioned it. I would like the game to be more difficult. I think it's a little easy right now, even just for the base groups. Like, just having a base group going in and killing yellows is too easy.
Even with the time
Um,
to kill update and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay.
more like the time to kill. I feel like the time to kill versus the XP is pretty good right now. I mean more of like, I think you need to give the NPCs some ways to, in the, to quote the great Vendini, to give us some pucker moments. Like we need a
Yeah.
little bit more pucker. You need your tank to get, hurt a little more. You need your puller to die a little more, like, or get
Yeah.
close. You need
Yeah.
maybe the mobs need some abilities that are gonna like, and I think the potential is there. I just saw one of the Beastmaster abilities reduces healing. It's their two-hander ability, and it reduces incoming healing on the mobs. I think if you give some mobs that, if a giant hits you and it reduces the healing you receive by a big chunk, I think that kind of stuff can help. Um, making things like dispel, on mobs work a little well. But yeah, basically, you need to threaten the groups. And it needs to be like damage wise or crowd control wise, like having enchanters, mez people in your party, having rogues stun people. You need to threaten the groups a little bit more. Is the difficulty I kind of mean. And don't get me wrong, there needs to be skill ways to approach those. You don't want just mobs one-shotting people. There needs to be a skill that you can counteract these things, but there needs to be things to worry about.
Yeah, I like that
Even if
idea.
I am eating a sandwich.
I love that
The other
idea.
thing, oh, go ahead.
No, no, no. I was just gonna say I love that idea, and yeah, there's been times like, oh shit, I better pay attention, throw the sandwich away, you know. But no, actually, do you remember when we were in like the quarry area, and so there was like those giant sentinel beetles where we were fighting it, and we were
Yep.
like, oh shit, this is I don't know if we're meant to do this, or like oh man, whenever Mr. C and I pulled Sky Seer Ilya, we were just in a random group on
Yeah.
the play test. One of the guys pulled it. We didn't know.
Yep.
We didn't know it was a raid mob. And Mr. C was like, "Oh shit, I'm definitely not a
I
tank." And then
I
that
remember
AOE
watching
went.
that screen.
That was
Oh
really
yeah,
fun.
that
I
was a
have
good
that.
one.
I'll have to remember to link that in here. But you're right. And I think so. How do you combat that? I think to myself, like from a design perspective, do you just have like chevron mobs? I know Pantheon had that for a while. Do you just designate an area? Maybe in this little camp here, maybe the mobs are gonna have 20% more HP, or maybe they're gonna have like a perma haste or something. Like how do
You
you're
you
right though.
can
It's
definitely do that stuff. I don't like those approaches generally. I mean, I you can definitely do the HP. HP is, again, to me, those are kind of like easy and lazy ways to do it. I like the way they were approaching it, of like giving the mobs abilities. It's like, if the mobs buff each other. So if you give one shaman mob the ability to cast Sow on other mobs, or regen on other
yeah.
mobs, those mobs get buffed. If you give a wizard mob see invis, and all of a sudden they can see invis a bunch of mobs around them, you don't have to just flag those mobs as see invis. Now it relies on the mobs actually being, because once you've broken the camp, that mob's not going to get to buff all the other mobs. You're going to kill it as soon as it spawns. But breaking that camp is going to be a lot harder, because all those mobs are going to be buffed up. I think there's ways like that. I think there's abilities. Like I said, I think you can give the mobs abilities that address player abilities. And a lot of the times it's giving them the stuff that we already have. If you give a Beastmaster the ability that reduces healing on a mob, you can give
Yeah.
the mob the same thing. And if
Yeah.
the mob puts that on the tank, and all this, and you make it combination, work in combination, just like players should. If we can do things that work in combination, the mobs should be doing similar things. And you need to make it not broken. You need to make it that the mobs aren't just, murdering everybody.
I love the
But
idea of mobs playing by the same rules that you do. They have the same abilities. They can strategize. You can get mezzed. You can get like harm touched. They can use lay on hands. Like whatever it is. I love that.
I asked Sean, and it's something I love to bring up when I talk like to MMO people. And because I'm an enchanter main, I love charm. We talked about it earlier, about how you balance charm through making it dangerous. I think mobs should have charm. Now, they shouldn't be able to charm anybody indefinitely. You should never be like, I can't play my character anymore because this mob wiped my group and now has me perma charmed. That should never happen. But a mob should be able to charm people in your group. They should charm your tank. They should charm your healer. They should charm your enchanter and watch him mez people in your group. And it's interesting. I went to there's a clip of me recently um, where on my Shadow Knight I went to Orc Island in Shallow Shoals, never been there before, and we fought our way up to the top, and I got feared. And a lot of other games, fear is like a little dangerous, but it's not this dangerous because do you know what happened?
Oh no, I can see where this is going because I think it's happened to me in Fallen Pass, but you got feared off the cliff, right?
I got feared off the top of this mountain and aggroed every single orc all the way to the bottom of the mountain.
Oh boy.
And I had to feign death. And when I feigned death, what happened? Because I had heals on me from the shaman, all of a sudden that whole group has aggro and everybody's jumping off of cliffs and running away. And you sit there and go like, what could we have done? Well, we could have interrupted the fear, and I interrupted the previous one, and I didn't get the next one, and you sit there and you go, man, but that's exactly what I mean. Is that fear created so much havoc and so much, chaos, and there were ways to address it. Like if we were prepared a little better, we probably would have made it easy, but it got one fear off and it got the tank feared off the mountain, and it created that moment.
Yeah.
And it's easy to just give these an ability here or there. You don't need to give them to everything. You just throw in these random mobs, and I'm sure we've all played those games. There were those mobs in EverQuest where you'd be clearing through there and all of a sudden you'd be like, "Oh, wait, there's one of these and it's next to that. Okay, we were killing everything else pretty easy, but now we need to kind of figure this pull out real quick." And that's all it takes. All it takes is forcing a little bit of communication, everybody. I always joke because in that group, people want to blame people afterwards, but in reality, that should have been stuff that was communicated beforehand. If people knew what was going to happen, they should have said, "Hey, make sure to interrupt this. Everybody with interrupts, focus on this mob that fears." Um, Blaming people afterwards doesn't help anything. You know, Figure it out beforehand and go fix it. Um, but that's what I really think. I really think you need to create those pucker moments by giving the NPCs the tools. And
Yeah.
once you
Yeah.
learn it, once you know everything, you're gonna have figured it all out. It's like you said, EverQuest is solved. It's 20 something years later. Everybody knows the optimum way to do everything. They know what every mob does. They know the order they cast the spells in. When it's new, you have to figure that stuff out. You have to figure out, oh, this mob reduces the tank's healing. So maybe we want to save that mob for last. Maybe we want to mez that mob, or this mob does this.
Hmm. Yeah.
But you have to learn that at some point.
Yeah, and I love that. It's like these like little seemingly just, but it just kind of stacks up on top of each other where
Exactly.
you start to lose track of the spawns, what mob does what, and then you just reminded me. I got feared off a cliff in Fallen Pass, and so I died. I went to get my corpse. I dragged it all the way back to the healer, but they were in the middle of still pulling, and so my health was under 20%, and that's another thing. The skeletons immediately turned to me and just killed me again,
Yep.
like right in front of the cleric. Yeah, I
And
love.
that's such a cool mechanic.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I love it so much. Now, so how do you feel? How do you feel about the mud commands? Now, mud stuff was like kind of before my time, and it took me a while. I initially didn't like it, but I'll be honest, it's grown on me. It's grown on me quite a bit, and I find myself kind of exploring it here and there, just looking to see if there's anything. How do you feel about mud commands and maybe even incorporating them to have maybe like, let's say like not instancing, but let's say maybe, hey, you discover something in the sand and you do something and suddenly there's like quicksand and you fall down into this like little ruin, but maybe it's just only for your group. Or I've heard there's like hidden stuff in the world like that where you can discover
I
dungeons and
I'm torn. I'm honestly torn because I think there's a lot of potential in it, but I think it could be done better. I think right now it's very difficult to tell. The only mud that I've really so I'll you know I'll just say it. The only mud I've really been successful with is stuff that's already on the wiki, and I look up a guide and I'm like, this is how it goes. I did find something with one other player in the Wormsbane dungeon that we have been unable to figure out. And we basically both gave up. Like we've been playing, we both ran around the place trying to do mud commands forever. Hopefully I've got this item in my bank. Hopefully someday I'll look up on the wiki and there'll be a solution on what to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I think the initial triggers, again, I think there's a lot of potential. I want to liken it to like the perception system in Pantheon that's not very well implemented yet, and I think there's a ton of potential there. But
I think
I
so.
think there could be a much cooler way to flag specific people, specific races, specific classes, specific combinations of races and classes to them noticing things, because I feel like having to go slash look or slash inspect random places is asking a little too much. I think the initial hints need to be better. Like that's great if I get a hint. If I walk into a room and something pops up and it's like, you notice a funny smell, there might be something in this room.
Mm-hmm.
That's enough of a hint for me to be like, oh, now I know I need to go slash look or slash inspect and see if I can find what's leaving this funny smell.
Yeah.
Um, but I don't feel like I'm getting that. I don't feel like I'm getting that initial thing. I feel like the only thing I found was basically blind luck of just running around trying to figure out how the mud commands worked. And then we happened to find something. And then we were like, well, what do we do with this? And we ran around for another 2 or 3 hours trying to figure it out. And we're like, all right, I give up.
Yeah.
And I like I said, I'm not a huge fan. Um, I again, I'm with you. Like I never was into the muds. It was before my time. It wasn't something I got into. I think there's probably better ways to do the whole system, but I think even with the system the way it is, I think there's improvements. I think there is, first of all, I think it's something that you want to have a basic level on a tutorial so people just know it exists, because a lot of people, if it's not in your class quest, they don't even know it exists. They don't
Mm-hmm.
even know mud commands are a thing. I learned about it because of Vendini's quest, where it was like he had to, and I was like, oh, well, okay, let's figure this out. Um,
Maybe there's a
but
way to
yeah, I
like
think
change it to where you click. Like if you click on a rock or click on a piece of grass, like with then it indicates like, hey, maybe there's something here. Maybe you can interact with this. Maybe you can pull this. I don't know. Anyway,
it, you know, I feel like there's so many ways they could do it, but I feel like the initial aspect is what needs it. Like I said, I think you need a hint. You need something that's a little more in your face. Um, I feel like right now the mud command prompt chat window is kind of lost. Like I almost never click on the mud command
and you
chat
know what?
window.
It's one of the only things that you can't scale currently. My eyes are so bad. It's the only
Yeah.
thing that you can't scale. That frustrates me a little bit. I wish I could make
Yeah.
that bigger. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem. I was gonna say, and I know they're against like pop-ups. They don't want a whole lot of pop-ups, but I feel like the initial hint of a mud command is kind of something that you maybe want a on-screen pop-up. You maybe want something that just pops up briefly and is like, something in this room smells funny.
Hmm. I think yeah,
That
you're right. I think that's what the look command I guess is. If you hit
yeah,
look, it's basically the like the baseline
you
of
evaluating the area around
yeah.
you. Yeah.
But yeah, you think,
But we'll see. We'll see
yeah,
where it goes if they invest a lot more time into it. Um, I think your idea sounds awesome.
have,
I think stumbling in the desert and finding something odd and figuring out the little, because there is that aspect of figuring out the puzzle, figuring out the right combination of commands. It feels good. It does. It feels good when you successfully do it.
mhm.
But I don't think most people are most people I don't even think know it exists, let alone like engage with the system. And I mean, maybe the item descriptions, like the one I found gave me an item. I don't want to spoil too much, but I found it. It gave me an item. I don't know what to do with the item. There's no item description on the item. Like, if I could right click the item that I found and it gave me some kind of hint, that would be cool. Um, but yeah, as of right now, I have like an item that I found that I have no for all I know, it could go to a quest that is for a class I don't have, and I think we both looked it up on the wiki and it's not on there. And yeah, we both just kind of gave up. So it's one of those things where, and you know me, I don't give up easy. I put in probably a few hours more than most
Absolutely.
average people would have,
You're very
but
dedicated. Absolutely. Yeah.
but yeah, I think there's potential there. It's not a lost cause, but it needs some work. It needs some work for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And so, it's very interesting though. Part of me, yes, I do get frustrated because I don't know, I can't figure it out. And I've been in situations where it's like, okay, this is the item for your class quest. Like, look at it, take it, pull it, touch it, grab it. Why can't I interact with it? Ah, it's right there. It can be kind of frustrating. Like I was doing the Wood Elf Warrior like starter quest or something one morning, and so you know, um, I lost my train of thought. Sorry, Gulo. Now,
Oh, no problem.
how about just like the UI? I know it's like boxes on top of boxes, and I personally think it's like highly customizable. I know a lot of good work has gone into it. Do you have any thoughts there about the UI? Do you have any thoughts about well, I don't want to throw too much at you. We'll get to the chat bubbles and the map, but how do you feel about the UI? Just curious. I'm just
So the UI, I think the UI is fine. I think more customization is good. I think it's pretty customizable right now. I am one of these weird people of I've almost left it default. Like I am just kind of adapt. Like to me, the UI is kind of the last thing that I'm going to play with.
yeah,
And once it gets to EA, I'll be a lot pickier on my UI, and I'll probably have UI set up different for every character because, like, my tank wants the party window in a completely different area than my healer wants the party window. My enchanter wants the target and target of target and all these different things in a different spot. So, but I like the customizing, the ability to customize it. I do think there's some quality of light stuff like the chat windows and scaling things and being able to separate things that could be added. But I think they've done a pretty good job with it so far. I'm sure they'll add some more. And yeah, I think it's in a pretty good space for where it is right now, and they're just going to add to it.
okay, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, just and then do you have any thoughts about kind of like some of the hotter debates in the community? Like, should they have a map? Should they have, like floating combat text and stuff like that? And then, well, yeah. So, what do you think there?
So I again, floating combat text is not something I super care about. If they put a toggle on for that, I mean,
Yeah,
at
exactly.
most I might not watch a stream because they have floating combat text and I don't like it. But some games I like it. Like it depends. Again, like even personally, I might turn floating combat text on for my for my tank for my Shadow Knight, and then turn it off for enchanter and a healer, and go like that. That's just how I am. Um, Regarding map is a big one. Um, I am torn because I'm a big no mapper. I'm a big like having no map is great. I have the advantage of having a functional memory that works really well with me learning dungeons, learning mazes, learning zones,
Hmm.
and having that recall of being able to run through there once or twice and then I just remember it forever. I'm one of those people that love to catch keep in EverQuest because I went and learned the whole dungeon and knew it inside out, and everybody else hated it. And I'm just like this dungeon's great. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah.
Um, but big but, I believe they have talked about, just like Pantheon has talked about, potentially having cartography in the game, and I think that's amazing. I think if you could have a cartography skill and have people craft maps and that be something where it's like, look, like this person can make the outline of the map and they can mark some, key camps and say, this is camp one, this is camp two, this is orc camp, this is sangrel camp, this is what, you know, and this is a named spawn, this is another named spawn. I think that is kind of awesome. I think
Yeah.
that is something where it's like, man, you could have people, you know, really be part of the economy and go, man, I got Slayheim's map. Oh man, you do? I got Gulo's map. Oh,
Yeah.
they show different things. Slayheim shows all the mining nodes and Gulo shows all the super hard named mobs. Like, oh man, maybe we should make our own map and combine them. I think there's a lot of potential in that. That sounds really cool, but even then, I don't think you give a map where it a shows you the everything. It doesn't, you shouldn't ever get that map where you just pull up the whole zone and it shows you everything and you have a key where you can just toggle on what you want to see and what you don't want to see. Um, and I don't think it should show you your location or your group member's location. I
Yeah.
do like Pantheon sort of style of like having an arrow on the names. So it's like you can tell the
Yeah.
general direction somebody is in your party. I do think maybe you put a distance modifier on there so you only see the arrow if they're close enough to you,
Hmm.
so that you can't just see them across an entire zone.
Yeah.
But yeah, regarding the map, I think cartography has a lot of potential to offer. Um,
Yeah.
but we'll see.
And
We'll,
it's really interesting too because it puts that into the hands of the community so they can kind of figure out how
yes.
you want to do it, as long as it doesn't take away like development time for actual stuff, because there's always like passionate people. There's already that guy that's doing maps in the community and they're incredible.
Mhm.
People are always going
There's
to
a couple of
reference
them.
stuff. That's just kind of the world we live in. And Monsters and Memories, just the immersion, like the ambience, like the big beautiful sun that just comes up, and like the way that the sky is at night, and like the music, the sound, that's something we haven't even, that just kind of goes without saying. It's just the immersion is so powerful, like the ambience with, because of the lighting, in my opinion, that I think, yeah, just constantly opening up a giant map in your face wouldn't work. It works well for some games, but just for this game in particular, I think the ambience is just so beautiful and powerful that having a map would kind of take that away. So,
I think it's
yeah.
forcing people to learn the world in a new way. I think that's really it. And it's, I say new way, but it's really the old way, the EverQuest way. But you have to go out, and some people are good at it and some people are bad. It's something I've talked about, skill wise, like, limited action set versus no limited action set. They're just two different skill sets. Some people are going to be able to manage 12 buttons better than a person who manages 50 buttons and reverse. Some people are going to be able to learn where to run, how to maneuver mobs, how to avoid being hit. You have people in these different skill sets, and I prefer this one. I prefer not having a map and having to go out and explore and actually learn the world. And I like guiding people through it. Do I make fun of my friends when I guide them through it 10, 15 times and they still don't know where they're going? Yes. Yes, 100%. I will make fun of Dorkachu and Drac and all these people who I take places over and over and they can't find it themselves. But that's part of the world. That's part of the fun.
Yeah. Absolutely. Um, Thanks, Gulo, for your
Oh,
perspective
no problem.
there. Do you now you mentioned the classes. You mentioned that you're glad they're moving away from like the kind of hybrid esque things. How do you feel about the classes, like some of the changes? Do you think that they're kind of moving away from the EverQuest inspiration, or do you think they're kind of evolving it? Like, where are you at? Because it took me a while to kind of think about it, because I thought about it and I was like, man, but then the Shadow Knight really grew on me, like that whole concept. I really thought about it after a while, and I realized, like, yeah, I mean, like Paladin, do we want to be like basically a weaker cleric? And then we're basically a fighter, but then we eventually get cleric stuff. I mean, same thing with Ranger. Mr. C made a good point. Like, it's like you're a weak fighter and you're also a weak druid, and you're just kind of So it's kind of cool that the classes are becoming like they're really stepping into themselves. How do you
I
have any
think they
thoughts
figured
there?
out. Oh yeah, I think it's both. I think you're moving away from EverQuest and you're evolving, and I think that's fine. I again am not, super overly attached to any one of these identities. I'm not, an in real life Shadow Knight or an in real life Paladin or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't personally identify as any of these things. I'm not gonna rage quit, because they took away my cleric spells or my necro spells or my druid spells.
yeah,
I find it super interesting. With a change like this, is it possible that it's all bad? Yeah. Is it possible it's all good? Yeah. I'm excited. I'm interested. I have a little Beastmaster. I was, just I was not into Beastmaster at all. My Beastmaster was like level 20-ish, and I was like, this is really lame. I feel like I have two buttons and I have a pet that's kind of meh. And looking at what they did, it's interesting. I don't know if it's good or bad yet. I don't know if I like it or not yet. Um, but it's interesting, and it definitely feels more unique, and it definitely feels like I'm more of a damage dealer than I am like a handicapped shaman with a pet. Um,
yeah,
Spellblade is another one I'm interested in. But yeah, I look at these changes and all of them. I'm an enchanter main. Like that's what I want to be. I want to be an enchanter main, and they're going to change stuff about the enchanter. I know they are. Um, am I fearful? Yeah. I hope they don't make it so I want to switch classes.
yeah,
Um, do I think they want that? No. I think they want to make a class that these people enjoy, that as many people enjoy as possible. If I say something about the enchanter, in reality, I could say it about all the classes. Personally, for me, I want all the classes to be playable on a basic level for everybody, but I want all of them to have a skill ceiling that is only attainable by a handful of people. I want Enchanter to be easy to play and hard to master. I want Shadow Knight to be easy to play, hard to master. I want all these classes to reward the people that can do amazing things with them, and then still have people who just want to play them on a daily basis going, man, this is fun. This is fun. I like playing this. I like what I can do. Yeah, I can't do what that guy does, but I don't need to. I'm still doing just fine. And I think we look at EverQuest, and again, everything's been solved. But I've said it. I've made this argument to people many times. When I played Enchanter in EverQuest, there was a handful of enchanters, maybe in realistic, like a half dozen that were charming on our server and like doing substantial stuff with it. As more expansions came out, that number went up a bit. But yeah, now when you look at TLPs, everybody knows how to do it. Everybody has the macros. Everybody know like that's your job. It's expected of you. And it wasn't like that in live EQ back in the day. And I want to see that again. I want to see bards and necros and druids and wizards doing amazing things when you have the high skill players on them.
yeah,
And I would love to see people putting out guides. I would love to see people going, this is how I do something. and people trying and failing, going, man, this guy's doing it, and I can't do that. This enchanter just soloed this named mob. I tried doing exactly what he did, and I can't do it. I love that.
Dude, I love that so much too. That's what creates stories. That's what creates memories. You know, even as you're saying that, to this day, I remember like just legendary players that I played with. I still remember to this day situations that were just impossible that we somehow survived or got out of. Yeah, definitely. I love that. Yeah, I love that. I love the more diverse it is, the better. You know, it's like if we all look the same, if everything's just the same, you have the same two buttons that I press. It's like, well, you know, who's a better
And
Shadow
I would
Knight?
just,
You know?
to the community, I would just say be open minded. If you are overly attached to one of these classes, be patient, try it out. You know, they might take away something. You know, when I heard they were changing Shadow Knight, the first concern I had wasn't about the pet, it wasn't about any of the, it was about feign death. I was like, are they taking feign death away?
Dude, and can I
That's
just
going to be a
say,
big deal.
yeah,
And I get it. I get your concerns about certain things, but they want these classes to be fun. That's their job. They want these classes to be fun. And if it's not fun for you, maybe try a different class. Maybe one of the other changes are going to be right up your alley.
hmm, yeah, definitely. Yeah, and that's just goes back to it. You know, sometimes you just need a break. Don't get so worked up. And plus, it's really important to remember. Actually, I recorded a video this morning. I'm kind of on the fence. I guess we'll know in the future, but I'm not even sure if I should post it because it kind of leans into the drama a little bit. But like, you know, all these games are in beta still, and things are changing, and things are, you know, don't get so like fired up that this is all just a scam or you know whatever. It's
Yeah. It's all fluid and people are rigid. People are
yes,
like, this is what I want and this is how it has to be. And
yeah,
I want regimented. And they're like,
that's
you
perfect.
know,
Yeah,
we're playing, we're out here, you know, painting a world. And we're like, no, no, you got to do it this way. And
yeah,
I get it. I get trapped into that too. I fall into it and I'm like, this is the only way. And then I'm like, I don't know what I'm talking about. Like, there's
mhm,
other ways to do it.
yeah, definitely. Um, we'll touch on the group dynamics here in a little bit, but like, so you're, you know, you roll with Mr. C and Drac and Vendini and those guys and Dorkachu and stuff. And so, I want to get your opinion about like just a nice group vibe and kind of what makes a good group, what ruins a good group. But for you personally, like for early access, do you have a plan going into the game? Like, are you gonna be like, what's your plan right out of the gate? Are you gonna race to world first? Are you gonna raid? Are you gonna be an altaholic? Are you gonna have a character that you main and just go all the way with Mr. C, and then you have like a side character that you play whenever all the guys can get together? But what's your kind of plan going into the game?
I'm kind of up in the air. It really depends where the game is at and how I'm feeling when EA actually comes or when the launches actually come or when the spring update actually comes. Um, I'll really choose then. Right now, I still am in the boat of like, I think I want one, and I keep calling it this because I keep joking with the people I play with. I want one free character. I want one character that's not bound to anybody. It's not a stream character. It's not, I don't have to hold back and wait for anybody. I'm
Yeah,
not going, man, I can't level too far because this person or this stream. So I'll probably have one character that I just fly on, that I just, you know, get to max level pretty quick.
yeah,
I'm not trying to go for world first. I'm not trying to out level faster than anybody. But I'll just play that character at the pace I want to play it and level up. And then I'm sure I'll have a stream character or two or three that, you know, is attached to different groups and different people. I'll probably have some alts that I just goof off on when I want, you know, to have relaxed time. Um, but yeah, I mean, and most of the time when I play these MMOs, you know me, I have multiple characters. I generally I plan to have an enchanter main on both Pantheon and Monsters and Memories. I plan to have a tank alt. I plan to have a healer alt. I'll probably have a DPS alt as well.
hmm,
Um,
I think the same
and
for
then
me. Yeah.
go with how I feel. You know, which one am I really feeling? Like I plan to main the enchanter, but if the enchanter doesn't feel good at the end of the day, and I'm enjoying healing or I'm enjoying tanking or I'm enjoying DPSing, I'll switch. I mean, I've done it. I've done it before. I've played every role in most different games. Like I said, in WoW, I had 5 different max level characters. I Not only that, each character gets multiple specs. So it's like I've
Hmm.
tanked and healed and DPS'd and range DPS and melee DPS'd and
But lately,
so it
are you gravitating towards Shadow Knight?
um so Shadow Knight was my kind of unbound character for Monsters and Memories. I still plan to main Enchanter for Monsters
Oh,
and
okay,
Memories.
that's right.
Um
Okay.
but Shadow Knight was the one that I just kind of had free reign on, and then I've kind of even that I kind of slow rolled it. I was like, I'm not gonna burn. I'm not gonna go just try to constantly grind on this. Um, I've done some very casual, loot camps just to experiment. Like I wanted to know, do I have to put in 8 hours for this piece of loot? Do I have to put in 10 hours? And I wanted that knowledge beforehand. I want to know what to expect. Like, am I going to be able to go get this in a couple days? Am I going to be able to get this in a couple? Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes I get 2 instead of 1. And I'm like, oh, I get to sell it and make some money. Um, I like learning the quests. I like, I've been figuring out these things and meeting people and learn. And, is one of the funniest things is like I've been meeting people at the camps that I've been at. When I go set up at a camp, when I'm camping a lower level named spawn to get a drop for an alt,
Hmm.
people run up to me and they're like, "Hey, can you whisper me when you leave?" And I go, "Yeah, yeah, for sure I can." Next thing you know, I end up chatting with that guy, and they're like, "I played EverQuest." And I'm like, "Me too." And you have these conversations, and you end up making friends. You realize they have a character that's your alts level, and you guys play together. And they tell you about some quest that upgrades an item, and you didn't know about it. And it's how these games should be. Like these little things, like I'm not a big fan of higher levels camping lower level camps. I get people being frustrated when you show up with a level appropriate, group and you want to camp something and there's a level 50 and they're camping your stuff. But at the same time, I've met a bunch of people by those interactions and I go, man, that's a cool little social interaction. Um,
Yeah.
So it's hard. Sometimes you have these things that don't always feel good, but in the long run, they're not that bad for the game.
Yeah. Beautiful. And then just to touch on the classes a little bit is something I ask everybody because I'm genuinely curious. But
Okay.
how do you feel about MMO classes in general? Do you think they're solved at this point? Is there anything that you'd like to see personally? Like, do you have any ideas for classes? Like, I know it kind of gets into a point where you just maybe start doing hybrid stuff where you start combining everything. But yeah, how do you feel about classes and MMOs? Like, do you have any interesting ideas or thoughts there?
I don't think it's solved at all. I don't think it's solved at all. I mean, I think, I know people are anti AI, but I feel like if you start asking AI to come up like get list me 1,000 classes that have never been made in an MMORPG, it would start listing some wild stuff. But I mean, I've
Very
played some
interesting.
oddball games that have like fungal mancers that are like mushroom healers, and I've played, like Guild Wars 2 has the mesmer, and I'm like, where's that class? Where's this like weird illusionist doppelganger kind of enchanter off? And some of them are like, kind of close to some classes, and some of them are completely unique.
Yeah.
And you go, man, like there's so many variations. Playing games like Baldur's Gate 3, D&D, Pathfinder, you start going, man, like there's variations of some of the classes that are in there that could be their own classes. Like we have looking at D&D, we have wizard, we have warlocks, we have necromancers, you have sorcerers, We don't have sorcerers. Like you could have all these different types of casters. Like you
I
look at
love that.
Monsters and Memories with Ranger and Archer, and it's like you could add a marksman in there. You could add all these like engineers. You could add. There's
Yeah.
so many possibilities depending on how far you're willing to go, and what fits your lore, what fits your world. Um,
Yeah. I love that.
it, I don't think it's solved at all. I think there's so much opening for creativity, opening for people to, have new ideas and ask the people who don't design classes. Ask, I would love to sit down with Zukin and Goblin Works and ZBrushed and Bronson and talk to these artists and just go, show me your art book. Show me your art book and let me think about classes. Let me look at your Cthulhu monster and go, man, if I was making a Cthulhu monster class, what would it be? If I was making, you know, a fish man class, what would it be? If I was like, I feel like there's so much creativeness that could be put into this, and we've kind of fallen into the cookie cutter. And
Yes.
it goes with the holy trinity. Like we're stuck with this holy trinity, and I know we're going into the quaternity where we have crowd control support as like this fourth one. I think you could add whole new branches into that. I think there could easily be fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth branches, where you're going, man, like create a whole new role, create something we didn't think of, create a need in the group dynamic that we didn't know was there.
Mm-hmm. Dude, absolutely. Like you pretty much nailed it. Just as you were talking, I was thinking like Goblin had this idea for like a mandrake, like a plant-based
Yeah,
like little thing. And one of my favorite things in these games is before everything just gets so crazy where you're like going to different planets and like you already killed the gods and like I like it when the world is just young and like nobody has it figured out yet, and we're all just kind of striving. Like maybe you get like a little
yeah.
bronze, you start getting bronze armor, and I start getting leather, and it's just like it's not like super overpowered. It makes sense, and it's just like true like kind of D&D sort of adventure with your buddies, and it just seems more like realistic, I guess, instead of like lasers and like space dragons and stuff.
Well, and I
Um,
mean, you've played a lot of Final Fantasy 14. I mean, I've never been big into Final Fantasy 14, but it's got different classes, and a lot of those classes kind of line up with traditional Western classes, but it's got some unique ones from what I understand. And I've played a little bit of Final Fantasy 11. I was playing it recently with Nathan, and then only got
oh,
a little bit
nice.
up there. But it's like classes like samurai and classes those are all things that are just like
Yeah.
you could have those things.
Yeah,
Those
just like
things are not some hidden away, unobtainable thing. There's ways that you can add, you're creating a world in these games. So why wouldn't you have, even if they come in with an expansion, even if it's a new continent, and guess what? In the let's say in Monsters and Memories right now, we're only in the West. But now they have a whole Eastern continent that comes out, and you get ninjas and samurais and people making weird alchemical, concoctions, and
I love
you
that. Yeah.
you you know you could open up all these classes that have a different dynamic. And like I said, they create the roles. Like, and it goes back to what we were talking about in EverQuest of like, don't be afraid to throw some stuff on the wall and see what happens. See what players do with it, because we'll surprise you. Something you think is useless, we might make be broken. OP. Something you think is dumb, we might go, man, this is the coolest thing ever. Um, I think there's a lot of potential for that. And there's old games, Star Wars Galaxies, another one I never played, but it has classes in it where you're like, they let you do that. I hear people tell stories about it, and I'm like, you could do those things in that game. I think there's a ton of potential. I think there's tons of potential for new classes, new roles, um,
Hmm.
and only time will tell.
Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Now, shifting to like the group vibes, so what makes like a really fun group for you? What makes like a really fun play session? what can immediately kill the vibe of a group? Have you had any experiences there?
Um, it's hard because some of these things I think I'm guilty of. I think that the ones that, I'm guilty of the most, I criticize myself a lot. I'm my own biggest critic. So I'll start with killing the vibe. Uh,
Yeah,
Criticizing, telling people how to play, especially criticizing people on the tail end. Like, you did this wrong.
yeah,
That's the wrong way to approach it. It's a lot better to be like, hey, next time, try this.
mm-hmm.
That's a way better way to say, like, hey, you're screwing up, you're doing this wrong, instead of being like, hey, try doing this next time. And I'm guilty of it with myself. Even telling myself those things, I'll be like, I screwed up, and I'm like, just get it next time. Next time, do it this way. Um, you know, Constantly criticizing, constantly having problems with people, that'll get you. That'll get you. Anybody, any group.
Absolutely.
You don't want that person in your group that's just like, you're doing
Ugh,
this wrong, you're doing that wrong.
yeah,
Um, the the funnest thing I can find in an MMO group is a willingness to do new things, a willingness to go places, a willingness to try things. If I tell you to try something the next time, having your response not be, I already know that, or I don't, tell me how to play, or all that. Like, just be like, oh yeah, yeah, I'll try that. I might not like it. It might not be my play style, but I'll try it. I'll give it a try. Let's go to this new dungeon. Let's go into that cave. Let's go. Like, that's the funnest stuff. The person who's like, let's just stay here. This is easy. We could sit here and do this for 4 hours and nobody would die. And I get that feeling. We've all had that feeling at certain points, but
yeah. The
the people
safe
who
but
are like,
sure
I
route.
want to go in that cave. I want to see what's in there. Maybe nothing's in there, but maybe something's in.
Yeah,
That's what we're here for. Like, the that that's the best. The best is when you have a whole group of those people that are like, yeah, let's go in there. Yeah, we might die, but we might not. We might find something nobody's ever found before,
yeah,
or at least we didn't find before.
yeah.
I think, to keep it short, I think those are some big ones right there.
No, it's beautiful. Yeah, thank you. And you have like one of the longest running static groups that I can think of. Whereas for me, like people come and go in these things. I haven't, sometimes I'm just at the mercy of whoever happens to be on. Streaming has helped me with that. Definitely. I I don't struggle to fill a group anymore. But yeah, so yeah, that's very cool. And then Monsters and Memories has like the perfect thing for that with like the campfire system. That's the whole thing we didn't even touch on, but that's an amazing system. It's kind of like this little
I
social
could go on a
hub.
whole rant about that if you want.
Oh yeah, dude, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, please.
I love
Thank
the
you so much
campfire
for this. This is
system,
great, by
and
the way.
and as somebody who played Embers Adrift, like, they have a similar-ish kind of system. It's not, there's campfires. It's not something you place, but something they had that I really liked is they just have like dust you can throw into the fire that
Oh,
changes the color and gives a little perk to it. Um, I look at Monsters and Memories and the campfire, and we had a discussion about it recently, and I think there's so much potential around the campfire for different races, different classes, and different trade skills to do things to the campfire. I think, if you have a lumberjack or a woodworker, they maybe can put up a little shelter on the campfire that lets you guys not get rained on, so that you don't lose your rested buff in the middle of the rain. Maybe can protect you from sandstorms. If you're a cook, maybe you throw a little grill on the fire so that when you cook meat there, that meat or the food lasts longer, doesn't make you get hungry as fast. Um,
yeah,
you know, Magical ones changing the color of the fire. I don't want to give any crazy buffs that like increase your experience more or anything like that, but I think there's just so much potential to have these little quality of life ones. Maybe a wizard can throw some magic dust in there, an
yeah.
disenchanter throws
I
some
love that.
enchanted dust in there,
I love
lights
that.
the fire up, gives twice as much brightness to it. Um,
Yeah,
I feel like there's just so much potential with that campfire to do cool, unique things depending on the combination, depending on the combination of trade skills, depending on the race class combinations you have in the group. And I think that's more ways to just make it feel unique. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's beautiful. I love it. I love it. Maybe like different typs of wood. Maybe there's like an enchanted
yep,
forest with like level 50 wood or whatever, and you can,
yep,
you know,
yep.
yeah, that's
Maybe you soak
beautiful.
your wood in resin because I know as somebody who chops wood, you get a ton of resin and don't feel like you have anything to do with it. And I know there's other people that can use it, but maybe soaking your wood in resin can do something. There's so many things that they could add to it. I just think it's got a lot of potential. It's a lot of fun. And
Yeah.
since it already feels like something you want to have in every group, just add a few things. And like I said, don't make anything broken. Don't make anything where it's like, we have to have this. Don't make it like, oh, you get another 10% XP bonus if this one class does something. But like I said, there's just so many cool things you could do where it's like,
Yeah.
if you're a certain trade skill, if you're a certain class or race, you get this little perk that just you add something to the fire. Even if you don't have any wood on you, you can still add your little flavor to that fire that makes your group a little special.
No, I love it so much. Yeah, it's one of my favorite things. Just the lighting, the ambience of just sitting around the fire with your buddies, or maybe even just like, the puller is always coming back to the fire. There's just like a comfort about it. You know what I mean? It's very cozy.
Yep,
You can designate any area into like your own little like hub, basically. I
yep,
think that's
yep.
awesome.
And it really helps
Um,
that definition of a camp. Like when you go set up a campfire, it's like, okay, this is a camp. It feels like a camp. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Or even you happen to come upon it in the distance. Let's say like, hey, why don't you join us like in this camp wherever we are, and you travel over there and it's dark. The darkness is a thing. You're going, just like
yep,
seeing like the little campfires in the distance. Then finally
yep,
like happening upon your camp with your friends, and the names are familiar, the guild tag is familiar, and you're like, I'm here, I made it. It's such a good
yep.
feeling. Like it
Feels
really
good,
is.
man.
Yeah, every time like that. I don't think that'll ever get old for me personally. Um, and so, I mean, that's mostly the monsters and memories questions I had, like specifically. I'm sure we'll kind of go back and forth. It's been a great flow. But if you had a chance to like say something, I guess, to the dev team, or like anything you would say to the devs if they happen to be listening, what would that be?
Just keep it up, man. Keep doing what you're doing. I love you guys. You guys are doing great. Thank you
Same.
to the GMs. The GMs are doing a great job right now. You guys have pulled me out of the water and unstuck my inventory and helped me so many times. And it really brought back memories like of the EverQuest GMs. Like I forget how many times they had to help me with things and put aside the events and all the other fantastic things that they've done that I think you guys will probably be involved in the future. But yeah, just the technical help through the beta, just helping when you fall through the world, helping when you're stuck and stuck didn't work, and
Yeah.
dying, falling through elevators, and all the random stuff that the GMs are doing a fantastic job. The devs, you're doing great. Just don't get discouraged with people complaining, and keep being creative. That's all I would say. Keep being creative. Like that's it.
Yeah. No, that's beautiful, man. Thank you so much. And yeah, can I just say that the GMs, they're heroes kind of in a way, because Sean actually had this idea. I listened to it in an interview. He said back in the day, he kind of imagined the GMs kind of being like kind of paid actors in a way. And it's kind of cool because they're right there in the world with you. They answer questions and they help you. It's customer service, but you can kind of play with them a little bit. Like they're part of the world, you know what I mean? And I think that's just so beautiful, you know? So it's really really cool that that's kind of incorporated into, I guess, the subscription. You get that experience. Um and so yeah, I mean, how do you feel about Adrullan Online Adventures? I didn't have that in my list, but that's another kind of game that's EverQuest inspired, and we won't go too much of a deep dive, but I'm just kind of curious, is that one on your radar at all?
It is on my radar. I'm not overly interested in it. I've only played in one of their tests. It was like I think the very first closed beta test. I was kind of torn because I had fun with the class. I forget. I think I played a Necro.
Hmm.
Um, but I didn't have a great time with their community. I had some negative experiences,
Oh
which
no.
can happen in anything like that. Um,
Yeah.
the art style is very like, people, you've heard people make the argument about monsters and memories. I feel like it's even past that for me. Like it's like really hard for me to get into it, even though what I played felt good. So I feel like that's kind of the line they're walking, is it's like how far are people willing to go for gameplay? Like if the gameplay is good, and
Yeah.
I also don't know what their monetization is. Like, if they're a buy to play game and you just pay like an upfront fee and the game is yours forever, it's probably a game I'll pick up and probably play for a bit. If it's a sub game, I'll probably pass. I'll probably go no. Like even if it's a cheaper sub, even if it was like $8 or $9, I'd probably be like, no, I'm good. Um, but I did have some fun. I did have some fun in the test that I played. Uh, I felt like the classes felt pretty good from what I played. I think I just had a necro and like a monk that was just a couple levels.
Hmm.
Um, but they've done a lot with the art style they've chosen. I will give them that. Like they've done a lot with that Minecraft style art style.
Yeah, it's
Um,
truly unique. Yeah, I haven't seen anything quite like it. It's cool.
and I wish them all the best. I wish them success. I wish them, just keep making the game you want to make it fun. Um, and
Yeah.
I think people will play it.
No, absolutely. That's really beautiful, and yeah, I love that. I love the style. It has the cute kind of Minecraft look, which I personally never really got into. Like I've never played Minecraft. And so, but it also has like the dangerous world of like EverQuest and stuff that you'd expect. So it's like kind of comical in a way. It's like it's serious,
Yeah.
but it's
Best of
funny
both
and
worlds.
yeah. And yeah, you're absolutely right. People can make or break an experience. People are the best and the worst part of these things at the same time. And then that just kind of leads into the question too. It's like I don't know about you, but for me personally, I don't have a great deal of time. I can't play every single MMO, so I kind of have to narrow it down. I think you can maybe do like two, and that's why we'll segue into EverQuest Legends. But I feel like for me, like I love Monsters and Memories. That's gonna be my first, and then I think maybe I can do like one more thing occasionally. But then it's like, how effective are you gonna be? How far are you gonna get? You only have so much time. So what do you?
I
Yeah,
even when I have a ton of time, I only want to play one
yeah,
because I just feel like two is too much. Like I want to do too much. I want to be too much in those worlds for me to go, I'm gonna do two at the same time. I'm really pick one and go all in, and it's just
yeah.
how I am.
Yeah, no, that's beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. So where are you at with EverQuest Legends? How do you feel about that? I know you have some reservations, and I think we all do. Like nobody knows kind of what it's gonna be like yet, but yeah. So how do you feel about it? Is it on your radar at all?
I am not interested at all. I coined a term, and it's funny because Mr. C thought I heard it somewhere else, but I just made it up myself because I had heard so many people using similar terminology. I dubbed it EQ slop, and I told you
Interesting.
earlier. I think if it wasn't related to EverQuest, I'd probably play it. If it wasn't an EverQuest game, if it wasn't based on, I mean, if it wasn't just EverQuest, if it wasn't EverQuest Legends, if it was just, its own new IP, if it was its own world, if it was something I didn't care about as much as EverQuest, but because of what I did in EverQuest, it feels like a joke to me.
Did you
Like nothing. Oh, go
Oh,
ahead.
I was just gonna ask, whenever you did play EverQuest in its heyday, even like after some of the expansions and you got into like raiding, did you do those zones in their heyday, like Plane of Hate, Plane of Fear? You know,
Yep. Yep.
I never got a chance to do all that back in the day,
Yes.
and that's part of the appeal for me because it's like realistically,
Yes.
can I play P99 and get all that stuff done? Yeah, absolutely I could, but like, man, I just don't have that much
Do you
time.
want to? Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's kind of where the appeal comes for me. But anyway,
Well, and
yeah.
it's different too. I get it because this kind of gives you an opportunity you wouldn't get even on P99. Because if you go do it on P99, you're doing it with people who've all done it for 20 years. And I get it. I'm not knocking people who haven't, like I said, if it wasn't EverQuest, I'd probably be in. If it was a game, like if it was Adrullan Legends or something that I didn't already know and wasn't attached to, I'd be like, oh, this is cool.
Hmm.
Um, my problem is I did all those things, so it's kind of a joke to me. Like hearing people being like, I want to, they're gonna go solo this. And I think those are the things that bother me. I said it earlier, like people claiming it's an MMO. I don't think it's an MMO. I think it's a co-op lobby game that's disguised as an MMO. Um, you know, but I get it. If you're having fun, go have fun. Don't let
Yeah.
me make you feel bad. If you've never seen the content before, go see the content before. Um,
Yeah.
but if I see your video and it's like I soloed, you know, Vox on difficulty 4, I'm gonna laugh at you. I'm gonna be like, "You're a joke."
Dude, the
Like,
thing is, I know it
um,
sounds crazy. I feel you, but like it's in a way, it's not like did you play THJ at all? That's kind of like the server that shall
no.
not be named, but that was
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
crazy. You could just like you could
Yeah.
pull an entire zone and just like nuke it down instantly. Like that was kind of fun after a while, but like this, surprisingly, it's a little bit more balanced than people expect. Cause like if you just rush into stuff, like you're gonna die. You have to like plan a little bit and prep. That I don't know. I personally, I'm having a great time with it. But anyway, please continue. Yeah. So
And
Vox D4.
like I said, yeah, exactly. But that's my point. My point is like I have no desire to do. I have no desire to like go, and that would be me. If I got into it, I would be the guy that's like, I want to solo the hardest dragon on the hardest difficulty.
I
And
respect that. I
I would be
respect that.
sitting there. I would be farming all of the level 10 items and doing all that stuff. Um, but I accomplished it in real EverQuest. So it's like I it's the same reason I'm not big on TLPs. And when I hear people brag about the TLPs, I'm like, that's cool, but TLPs aren't real EQ. Like you're playing a simulation of something that was real. If
Yeah.
I go to Usain Bolt and go, yeah, I played the Wii Sport Olympics, he's gonna laugh at me. He's gonna be like, oh, I'll be like, oh yeah, I ran the track course in there. He's gonna be like, you're a joke.
Yeah.
Um, that's kind of how I feel about it. It's like I did it, and I hear the same thing with the TLPs. People are like, it's easy. I did full planes of power. I'm like, yeah. Did you do it on a 56K modem with a time appropriate PC build? And did you do it on dial up where if your mom picked up the phone, it disconnected you from the raid? And they're like, no, I did it on gigabyte a second internet with a 5090 graphics card. And it was like, yeah, and there's been guides that are 14 years old on how to do the dungeon. Like,
Yeah.
I get it. I get why they think it's easy. I get why, like, but it's just not up my alley. That's all I'll leave
No.
it at is it's not up my alley.
Yeah. I love that. I love that. And I respect that. I personally like I'm going all in. I think it's a great companion to Monsters and Memories because you can kind of jump in, get something done, log off. But to be honest with you, I thought about it. So my buddies are trying to get me into World of Warcraft and they're like, "Dude, you got to come play with us. Like Classic might come out." And I feel the exact same way that you did because like I didn't love
Hmm.
World of Warcraft that much, like compared to EverQuest. And so the
Yeah.
memories that I have with it, I did it all. Like I raided in Burning Crusade, I did Black Temple, I did Ice Crown
Yeah. You
Citadel.
got your Nax
Like,
achievement.
and
Yeah.
I actually did that when it mattered, like when it was difficult. I killed the Lich King. I
Mhm.
did all that. And it's like, I want to let those memories rest, because I feel like the more you recall a memory, like if I'm able to just step in and just like solo it, like, yeah, it would be fun and stuff, but like I already did it and there's all this other stuff that I want to play. So I respect it and I just want to like let those memories rest. So I kind of understand. I understand where you're coming from.
And I think you just nailed it. I have so many things I have to play. I have so much backlog. I have so many other things that it's like if I get some hours, I'd rather be doing
Yeah.
something else.
If you could combine three classes in your multi-class fantasy, what would that be for you, though, as someone who really put in a lot of time with
Oh, this is
EverQuest?
so hard.
Just to,
Um, this is so hard for me. I haven't followed like the meta at all on any of this stuff.
yeah,
But just going gut, like if
yeah.
it's old school EQ and I want to, I would probably do something like Shadow Knight Enchanter Cleric.
Shadow Knight, Enchanter, Cleric. Okay, yeah, that's beautiful. That would definitely work. Okay,
And just,
I was
you've
just
got
curious.
crowd control, you've got feign death, you've got heals, like you can tank, I feel like you can do most anything. Um, and I feel like that would probably have a really high skill ceiling. Like I feel like there's a lot of potential for you to do things that other combinations can't, but
Okay,
who
beautiful,
knows? I'm
beautiful.
sure somebody will be in the comments like, that's trash. That's a trash build right there.
Nah,
You're better being
you
this,
gotta
this, and this.
you got to have some fun and you can't chase the metas and stuff all the time. I'm sure
Oh,
that'll
yeah.
be
Yeah, yeah.
naturally forming and you can't really change it. People always want to play. But dude, I've had people even ask me in Monsters and Memories, they're like, what class should I play? Like, what? I don't know. I mean, what class do you want to play? It's so difficult to answer.
It's so hard to answer. Yeah. And it's like, I usually start with what role do you usually play? And
Yeah.
then it's like, because if you're willing to tank or you're willing to heal, like you probably want to play one of those.
Yeah.
Um, if you are purely like, and that's really it. Like some people don't know it all. Those are the hardest ones because then it's really like, hey, play a few and get them to level 10 and you'll have a kind of an idea of how the class plays. But that's kind of commitment for some people. Like getting to level 10 is not that easy for some people. If you've only got a couple hours, a few times a week, like you might have to spend some months getting a few characters before you find the one that you like.
Yeah.
Um, and then are you playing with friends? Like that's another one. I enjoy those questions a lot more. I enjoy people who are like, I'm in a duo, I'm in a trio. What should we play? What should me and my friends play? And I'm like the same thing. What roles do they usually play? Who's the healer? Who's the tank? Like, do you have a tank? Are you playing a healer and no tank? Like, and there's again, I like that about MMOs because there's ways to do all that kind of stuff. Like I played in a group recently and I didn't think this was going to work at all. And this might go towards a little bit of like the game is too easy that I was talking about earlier, but we did a
Hmm.
Monsters and Memories group where we had a elementalist pet and an enchanter charm pet tanking. And we killed names that were read to us consistently. And I was like, how are we doing this? How are we just basically using two pets to tank? And it worked. We did it.
It's amazing.
Stayed at the camp for a few hours and we got a few named kills in and it was fun. I have to give it that. Like it was fun. I don't necessarily think like you should consistently be able to do that.
Yeah.
But it was cool that we pulled it off and I had a fun time.
I love stuff like that. And
Yeah.
that's the perfect game where you can make any combination work. If we were like two rogues,
Yeah.
we could still find a
I mean,
way to.
I'm talking to the number one necro healer in Monsters and Memories, right?
That's right. That's right, man. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. We usually always have like one or two spots in the group, so you're always welcome. I try to play Tuesdays and
Yeah,
Thursdays, but I think I might shift my focus more just for EverQuest Legends because that's about to come out, and I don't want to burn myself out before EA. That's another thing that I have.
yeah,
Like for me, dude, we're playing so much stuff that's in beta access. Like I'm just so ready for something to at least be in a state where there won't be any wipes because like it just
yep.
kills me as someone that doesn't have that much
See,
time to go through all this stuff again. I guess I'm just like
I'm
it's not for the faint of heart, you know.
I'm torn like that. I'm with you, but at the same time, like, I think we've discussed this before. Like, I still don't think they should commit to no wipes. I think they should probably wipe before 1.0. But it is what
Yeah.
it is. I'm gonna play EA like there's no wipes, and it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna
Yeah.
be interesting to see, and
It will
hopefully the
be.
devs made the right decision. I
It,
might be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. I'm not
yeah.
perfect, but
No, no, it's beautiful, and I could totally be wrong. I think the idea is to roll them over into like a server where they'll always stay, and then maybe just have fresh
yeah,
start servers for 1.0. So technically, after and who knows how long it might last? It might last like 2 years or whatever,
yeah, yeah,
and
or more.
you
You
know,
never know.
yeah. Um, okay, beautiful, beautiful. I just have like there's a couple more different sections here. How are we doing on time? Water break,
I'm
restroom
good,
break,
man. I'm
anything?
all yours.
Okay,
If you need a
beautiful.
break, I'm good.
I'm good as well. I'm good as well. Thank you so much. This is amazing. And so just for MMOs in general, like it's 2026, um what do you think that so many of us are still chasing when it comes to old school MMOs? Like, why do you think that there's just such a big group of people that are like sort of yearning for like these older style games versus what we have now
There's
with like AAA and whatever, you know?
there's so much. I mean, I've talked about so many keywords, and that's really like I feel like I'll just like bullet point words because they're looking for engagement. Like a lot of people say immersion. I like the word engagement. They're looking to feel engaged in the world. They want to be a part of the world. And part of that is they want to be part of a community. They want to meet people and be in a social environment. You hear these MMOs saying they want to be these old school social MMOs, and in reality, you want that in both aspects. You want the good and the bad. You want to, have a guild that you don't like. You don't want that, but you do. You want to see people and be like, man, I don't want to group with that person. That's it. That person's in such and such guild. They're, you know, scumbags, whatever. And maybe they ride the line. Maybe they're just not bad enough to get kicked out of the game, but they're bad enough that the community doesn't like them. Um, you want the opposite. You want to make friend guilds. You want, it's one of the things like all those interactions are positive, even if they're negative. Like you think of it and you go, man, like I don't like those people, but at the same time, like that gives you something to strive to do. Like you're like, man, I want to be better than those guys. I want to help people. I want the community to recognize that me and my guild are better than those guys, not just in skill, not just in how we do stuff, but how we uphold ourselves. Like we're
Yeah.
pillars of the community and we help the server be better, and they're just causing problems and wasting the GM's time. um Fun. We
Yeah.
want fun, and we want other people to be a part of our fun. That's the MMO. Like we could all go play EverQuest Legends by ourselves and solo everything. And I get it, it's got co-op, you can bring some friends in, but that's what we really want. We want these groups of friends. We want to bring, 6, 12, 24, get these groups of people and work together and accomplish goals that we set with each other and feel good about it and have fun doing it and exploring, and there's so much to it. There's so much, but I mean, I play a ton of single player games. I play a ton of games in general, but you can do certain things in those games. You can go explore, you can see a world, you can do it's different. It's different when it's a shared experience. It's different when you're in there and you're with your guild and
Yeah.
you're like, I just found this thing. I just killed this name and got this drop, and I don't think anybody's ever seen this drop before. I just did this. Such and such just helped me with my quests. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah.
I just, it's those interactions that all add up to our memories. I have so many of those from EverQuest. When people ask me my favorite EverQuest moments, it's like every time I have a different answer because I just have so many of those moments where somebody helped me, I helped somebody else, we accomplished something that we didn't think we were going to be able to do. And we all want more of those. We all have those things, no matter how big, no matter how small. I don't care if you only made it to level 20 in EverQuest. You still had moments where you're like, I died. Some higher level came and helped me get my corpse and taught me how to do something. And man, did it make my day. And you've been looking for that ever since. You've just been looking for some kind of interaction, some kind of bond, some kind of engagement. And
Yeah.
devs keep working at giving that to us. That's it.
Man, I love that. That's beautiful. Um, do you think that like well, you pretty much nailed it. I was gonna ask, well, what makes an MMO like? What does an MMO need a world like this to feel alive? And do you think that the genre in general, do you think they got too afraid of like inconveniencing players?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I talked about it earlier with the whole respect players' time line. Um, and I think there is respect and disrespect. And I mean that in kind of a punny way. Um, you know, XP loss when you die is disrespectful. It is. It's there to disrespect you and punish you. It's a punishment. It's like, hey, this is in your face. Screw you. You died. Get good.
Yeah.
And it engages you. It makes you go, man, I need to learn. I need to get better. We've all played these games where death is nothing. You just keep throwing bodies at the wall until you do something that doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel like you added to the accomplishment, like it meant anything. If I can just keep dying and running back at a dragon over and over again until the dragon dies, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. We
Um,
got too
if I have
soft,
to,
man. We got too
yeah,
soft. You pretty much nailed it.
it's hard because you need both. You need, like I said, you need both. You need the casuals, you need the people that can only play an hour or 2 hours, and you need them to be able to do stuff. You don't need to do them to do everything, but they need to be able to do stuff. Fun stuff. Let me add that in there. You need to be able to do fun stuff. I think this idea of everybody who pays the same amount deserves everything. They deserve all the content. It's a problem. It's a problem. You have these people, it's one of the things I couldn't stand with WoW is they started making every kind of dungeon. You've got the easy mode, you've got the regular mode, you've got heroic mode, you've got mythic mode, you've got all these different modes. And it's
Yeah.
like,
That's too much. It's too
just
confusing.
make one mode. Just make one mode. This is how the dungeon is meant to be. If you can't beat this dungeon, guess what? You're not good enough. Get better. Go farm some other stuff. Come back when you learn some lessons and you know you'll get it someday. Maybe you need to wait for the next expansion. Maybe
Dude,
you're not good enough to do it when it as it comes out progression wise.
absolutely.
That's your own pace.
You nailed it. And I think that's something, I apologize to interrupt you. That's something I hope the devs like never fold on. Or at least like, okay, fine, make an easier dungeon for like newer players, like a newbie area. But at the point when you get to the point where it's like level 50, 60, whatever, yeah, it does need to be like that. And in all these games I've played, they've always caved to people like sorry, just I mean I can think of so many examples. Please hold your thought.
No
But in
problem.
in Final Fantasy 14, there used to be a dungeon called Amdapor Keep, where it was like a small little a demon wall. It's a famous Final Fantasy character. It's a wall like there's a dead end and there's a wall, and it's slowly as it turns, it's slowly coming to where if it reaches the end, it'll crush you and you die. But at the sides, there's a place where you can fall off, and there's like these little bees that cast this knockback thing, and people were bitching and bitching and bitching and bitching about how difficult it was, and finally they just like nerfed the shit out of it to where it's just. But that was the appeal, because only the
To where it's a
players
joke.
that figured it out had the gear from the end of it. So it's like, if you figure, I mean, and it's possible to do it. You just need to suck it up and just do it. And I just hope they never fold on this stuff. I know there's always going to be changes and updates that are needed, but yeah, yeah,
And there's so many of those stories. There's so many, like, I could talk about WoW bosses. Like, there's so many of those where you had this thing that was possible. People just needed to learn. They needed to put in the time. Everybody learns at different paces. I've said this before. Like, I have a lot of people compliment me on my skills in gaming. I'm not the fastest learner, but I have a higher ceiling than most people. That's how I feel about it. That's how I perceive myself. It might take me longer to learn my class. You might be better for the first 2 weeks, 3 weeks, month that you play a class than I'll be. I haven't played a rogue at all. Slayheim's been playing a rogue. Slayheim's a better rogue than me. I have nowhere to say I'm a better rogue than him. But if I had to confidently say it, I think if I put in the same amount of time to where I had the same amount of play time as Slay, I could probably exceed Slay's play. That's no insult to Slay. Slay's a great guy. I feel that
yeah,
way about most people. Um,
yeah. I like the
it, it's
competitive
it's
nature of it too. It's like
yeah,
it's competitive. It's fun, because then it's like, okay,
and
how can I
yeah,
be better? I want to be better. It's not like this needs to be nerfed because I suck. I want to get better and figure it out. Like, I love that, you know?
and that's really it. Like, it takes that mentality, and I could be wrong. Slay could be a better rogue than me, and I may never catch him. That's just how it works. It's way that's how it is. Um, they're Yeah, exactly. If they want to go and balance it off of a handful of people being like, well, I can't do what this elite guy does, that doesn't work. They can't, and it's a problem. It's a problem that MMOs have suffered forever. Here's a great one. Yeah, it might get you off on another tangent. Trying to balance PvE for PvP. WoW's suffered for it. A bunch of other games have suffered for it, where it's
Yeah.
like, this class is too strong in PvP, so you nerf it in PvE. You have to design your game around that kind of stuff. You have to plan, like, PvP is going to be a separate thing. Um, it's it's so hard. It's so hard once you start talking about balance, which we spoke about earlier. It's so difficult. Um, but again, getting back to the question you asked me, I think the devs need to not be afraid to disrespect our time occasionally. Not all the time. Not it doesn't need to be constant, especially when we make mistakes. Disrespect us. You know, I wouldn't mind a mob calling me a noob every once in a while if it kills me, and being, thrown out a get good, get wrecked. Like, it's there's a reason feeling bad makes you feel better in the long run. When you die and you come back and you get revenge and you kill that named that wiped your group, it feels better. It feels
Hmm.
better than it would have if you just killed that named the first time and it was easy. People forget that. People forget that you banged your head against the wall trying to kill bosses. People forget, Veil, when Blackwing Lair came out, like, it was a guild breaker. It would the second boss in Blackwing Lair would destroy guilds. And some people never made it past the first boss, but the second boss, at least on my server, it would both my servers, it destroyed guilds. Guilds would go bang their head against it for weeks and then go, we can't beat it. We might as well just disband our guild. Some of those people go to different guilds and they get it right away. Some of those people go to guilds and they never get it. Some people had to come back for classic WoW decades later and have guides on how to do it. Um, but
Hmm.
my point is, like, they forgot that you had to bang your head against the wall to get those rewards. That you had to go fail at Ragnarok. You had to go fail at these bosses just to learn the mechanics. just to go, hey, we didn't know what this debuff was. We had to get exploded a few times. We had to wipe. We had to go, and a lot of people have lost that. A lot of people have lost their willingness to just get punished and go back for more. And that's on the community. That's I get the fear from developers. I think that's one of the fears you're talking about is the fears from developers that if they punish you, you'll just quit. It's a fact. Those people exist, but those aren't the people you want to play this game. You need to commit that there's enough people out there that if you make content, and again, it doesn't all have to be that way. I think we need both. I think we need casual content, but you need some stuff out there that's going to disrespect you. You need, that wall, the wall of demons. You need a sleeper. You need veil. You need these mobs that are going to kick the crap out of people and maybe aren't even worth being killed, like aren't even, expected to be killed
Yeah.
so that people have something to strive for.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, you pretty much nailed it. I don't think, yeah, that should, what you just said, it should be preserved on a golden disc and like launched into space for another civilization in case something ever happens to us. But now, how do you feel about just like server only, or like what's it called, like artifact gear, where like there can only be one, or like there, or like something can only happen one time ever? Do you think that's, I know there's kind of like a big debate on that, because like some kind of super overpowered item that maybe like only one time it can ever be gotten, and then like the guilds compete for it. I don't know, how do you, I think that's kind of cool.
I
I would never get it personally. I'm like semi casual these days, but
I love that kind of stuff. I
yeah.
love the idea. I've always used the term unique, which I know is already out there for Monsters and Memories, but it had, you have unique items. Um, but I think unique should mean unique. I think, I'm also for flagging, like if it's the first to ever drop on a server, like maybe it has something special about it. If you got the first one of a sword or a first dagger that's ever dropped, it should be like, look, this is the first one that's ever dropped. It was dropped. It was the role was won by Slayheim. It's
Yeah,
got your name on the dagger.
I love flavored
Um,
text on stuff. Yeah, like a little bit of
yeah,
flavor, Dark
I
Souls
think that
style.
kind of stuff is cool.
Yeah.
What I also think about that kind of stuff is there's ways to balance it. You talk about having just one super legendary, crazy OP item. Make it one-time use. Make it three-time use. Like there's plenty of examples in books. I don't know if you've read it. I'm reading, I'm doing the Dungeon Crawler Carl series right now.
Man, my buddy was talking to me about that, and he was really shilling it so hard. I know I would probably like it.
It's
I haven't looked into it too
You would
deep
love
yet,
it.
but
You would love it. I would say must read for Slayheim.
okay.
And
Wow.
any other gamer cat owner. Any other gamer cat owner must read. At least buy the first book. Give the first book a try. If you're a reader and you like games and cats, get it.
Okay. All right.
Um, Thank you to my brother who gifted it to me. It's awesome. Other ones out there. I'm forgetting the names because I have them in my head right now, but I can't even think of them. But there's perfect examples of just one-time use items. You can give players a legendary item that's only ever going to drop once and just make it one-time use. Make it
Yeah.
have charges.
Yeah.
Make it not be rechargeable. And that's just cool stuff. I hope in a game like Monsters and Memories, you have GM events and the GMs can hand out stuff like that. I would love it. And
Yeah.
a great thing to do is if they make it and it's a one-time use and it looks cool, people are not going to use it just for the cool looks. If Slayheim wins the glowing evil hood of death nuggets, and
Yeah.
it's a cool looking face mask that has particle effects, but he right clicks it and it causes his backstab damage on the next hit to do 10,000 damage and makes his helmet go away. He's never going to click that effect. He's going to wear the helmet forever. But
Yeah.
if guess what? Someday he might, they might be right about to kill a dragon, and he's the last one alive, and he might decide I'm gonna destroy my one time item and pop this and do a 50,000 damage backstab.
Yeah.
That's a legendary fun
Ah,
story right there.
that's
And
that's
you
beautiful.
know that doesn't that just sound incredible?
Yeah.
um I think there's amazing ways to do that stuff. I think there are ways to just add these things and have them be so impactful and so unique, and not even once per server. Maybe only one server gets them. I've talked about theory crafting rare items. I love ultra rare items, and I've talked about like I think there should be items that are limited to the population of the server. If there's 5,000 people on the server, maybe there's only one item per 1,000 people. So
Hmm.
maybe only five of these can drop. And once five drop and the server population's 5,000, no more drop until it hits 6,000. And then one of them will drop randomly. I think that stuff sounds awesome. That, you don't know that. I would love if it's hidden in the code and people could never crack it and figure out that that's the way it worked, that people tried to camp it forever and never got it. I think that's awesome. I do. I'd be one of those people trying to get something that nobody else, that isn't dropping anymore. I'd probably be complaining on the Discord. Like I said, disrespect our time. Put that stuff in there hidden in the code somewhere, and disrespect us. It's cool. It's cool that there's only a handful of those, that not every person that thinks they deserve, that they need a best in slot item gets it. Um,
I love it. Yeah.
you know, I think, like I said, I think there's so much potential for stuff like that. I think it's so unique. I think, you talk about the old EverQuest where people inspect you and they're like, where'd you get that? How'd you get that? And Slay's like, man, I won a GM event contest. I held a GM event and I won this one of a kind helmet, and nobody on any other server has this thing. And
Yeah.
boom. Every day when you log on, you link it in chat and say, hey, that's how, um,
Yeah.
I think that's cool. I think that's, a fun thing. And yeah, there's going to be people who probably rage quit the game. You don't want those people. Those aren't the people you want in the game that are going to baby rage quit the game because some other person got an
Baby
item that they
rich.
can never have.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's beautiful, man. Yeah, absolutely. It just, yeah, my mind is just reeling. There's so many different cool things. I've never participated in a GM event. I only ever got one epic weapon, and I know they have an idea for like epic armor as well, not only epic weapons.
Yep.
So it's really really cool what they can do with it. There's so many interesting ideas. It's getting more and more fleshed out. I mean, every single time I step into the game, there's just some new update or something. The art is amazing. Like I'm just, yeah, I haven't. I mean, I feel like this is what I've been waiting for pretty much my whole life. So very excited. Um, I want to ask you about some stuff regarding your streaming journey and kind of content
Okay.
creation journey. Do you have anything else you want to add with like MMOs and whatnot? I'm sure we'll touch on it again too, but
I
I,
think I'm
I
good, but let's go.
okay, sweet. So how did Gulo Gulo Gaming start? Like what is the origin of like your name and kind of your whole journey into streaming, I guess? What made you want to start streaming versus just playing?
So again, it kind of leads back to Pantheon and this like next level of old school MMOs. Um, Gulo Gulo, I'll start with the name. Gulo Gulo is I believe it's the binomial name for Wolverines.
Oh,
And I love Wolverines. I love Wolverines, the animal. I love Wolverine, the comic book
holy
character.
shit, that's awesome.
Um, so yeah, Gulo Gulo is the binomial name for Wolverines.
Wow.
And I just picked that, and it's been my Steam name forever. And yeah, for a long time I liked having in-game names that were borderline offensive. I'll put it that way. I still do every once in a while. People would argue my Shadow Knight's name is still that way. Um,
What is the
And
Shadow
I
Knight
like
name? I think maybe it just might have missed
Snoo
me.
Snoo.
Snoo Snoo. I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
blank.
Snoo.
I'm not from around here, so
You don't know Snoo Snoo?
I I
Oh,
sh-
this will be a whole education thing.
I sure don't. Only if you want to get
Uh,
into it. Maybe I can Google some stuff
s-
later and find out. I don't
you'll
know.
have to Google it. I'll send you do you like Futurama, the cartoon Futurama?
Dude, I know it, but I've never like really actually
Okay.
watched it. So
I'll send you a Futurama episode after this that'll educate you on the Snoo
okay.
Snoo,
Wow.
and you'll have a whole new understanding.
Okay.
Everybody out there, if you don't know, just Google or YouTube search Futurama Snoo Death by Snoo Snoo.
Okay. Oh
Um,
boy. Okay.
but
But yeah.
anyways, I liked having a Discord handle that gave people sort of an alternative to call me instead of my in-game names. So if they were talking about me, they didn't have to yell bad words or borderline bad words or funny things that sound like bad words or whatever, and or something that would offend their wife, whatever. Um, and yeah, I followed a bunch of guys. I followed Pantheon Plus, which is now SGL. I followed the Nathan Napalm, Mr. C, many other people. Theric. There's so many people that I was following streaming. Redbeard Flynn, um,
All great guys.
and I just kind of was thinking, man, I'm playing these games. I'm playing a bunch of hours on them. Like maybe somebody have a question. Some people have questions for me. I think I can give some different perspectives, and I still do. And I just play, like I said, I feel like at a different level than a lot of the people that stream. And I'm definitely still a work in progress. I'm not the best at replying to chat. I don't have the best viewer engagement. I'm still working on all that kind of stuff, but I love it. I love talking to people. I love answering questions. I love theory crafting. But yeah, really, they inspired me, and when I decided to pull the trigger, they helped me so much. Drac, Redbeard, Flynn, all these guys, you know, gave me streaming advice, told me, you know, technical stuff, and Nathan, and they all
Yeah.
helped me out. And I'm still just a little small channel, but you know, I enjoy myself. I don't do YouTube at the moment. I've been considering it, but I really just enjoy streaming. I like just throwing my stream up. I'm not high production value. I just, you know, no nonsense, throw my stream up, play games, and try to have a good time.
Yeah, no, I love that so much. You're incredibly consistent. You have your, you're there every time you're playing. You're always playing something, and I love that. And I love it's really important though too. Like, sure, we all love these games and want these games to succeed, but it's not good to. At least I don't think so to like attach yourself completely to just one thing. And that's what I love. Like you're not known as Gulo, the Pantheon guy, or whatever. Like there's other stuff to do. It's about you. Like you have your own personality, your own ideas. Like it's beautiful. And it seems like
Yeah.
you've gotten
I'm gonna
some.
play whatever I like, whatever genre I like. You know, I might be playing Pantheon today, Monsters Memories tomorrow,
Yeah.
co-op slop the next day, Kingdom Come. You never know. Whatever I
Yeah.
feel like playing, I'm gonna play, and you know, feel free to swing by.
And it seems like it seems like you've gotten some great advice from some great people. It's great. You know some high profile individuals. That's really really cool. Do you I guess like how do you oh boy, there's just so much stuff here. I think we touched on a lot of stuff. And I love that so much. Yeah, you play whatever game you play, and you have different series that you do with the group, right? So you and Mr. C have
Yep,
your thing that you do, and then you do the static group
yep,
live, and you have maybe your own individual streams. Like how does that
yep. Oh yeah, so the After Dark we do Pantheon and MMOs on Sundays, Fridays. Me and Mr. C have our show Bros Before Foes, where we do co-op games with Grando Reaper. He's been joining us, and then yeah, pretty much the rest of the other days. You know, if people invite me, sometimes I'll play with Nathan and some of his crew. You know, and who knows what games we play. If Slay's got time, sometimes I hop in with him. Um,
Man, that's
if
beautiful.
I'm
I love
around and I
playing
want to
with you
play,
guys.
I'll play, and it's that's it. It's all about
Yeah.
having a good time, having fun.
That's beautiful. I really appreciate it whenever we can link up, and really appreciate us like playing Pantheon together and you showing me all that cool stuff. Um, this is a term that I heard recently. It's called friend slop when you just play all
Yeah,
these games together. I'm
yeah,
not like
friend
there's all
slop.
this
Yep,
like internet culture and stuff. I can't keep up with everything, but yeah, that's beautiful. It's
I
it's
get it.
really fun. I'm always on the search for the next great co-op thing. So my wife and I, I'm trying to get her into all these games, but she's not like super into MMOs in general. So we play like Valheim together. We play like some kind of
Yep.
co-op games, but I don't think I think she's not intimidated by. But when there's too many other people and it's just too much, I think it's just like the co-op stuff is a lot of fun. And
Yeah.
so no,
And
that's
friend
great.
swap is kind of the perfect genre for that. If you find the right games, like some of those games are just fun and they're fun to goof off about. And that's cool. That's cool that she's willing to give it a try.
Yeah. So outside of I guess just like outside of gaming and sort of content, well, actually you did mention you're streaming exclusively now, but you are interested in maybe some YouTube as well. What would
I
that
may,
look like
yeah.
for you? Just
I
guides
don't
and
know. At first, it would probably just be me putting my streams up, but you know, initially, I really wanted to do guides and like reviews. Um, it's just
do you know
it's a
what would
whole
be
learning curve, and
this would be really well, I think this would work really well for you. You're very like your perspective is amazing. If you just literally turn on the camera, like no production value or anything, but just like, hey, this is what I think about how where Shadow Knight is at Monsters and Memories right now, or this is what I think about beta so far, or this is what I think about Pantheon's PTR server so far. I think people would be interested, or this is what I think about EverQuest Legends.
just
That
do a rant.
just like thoughts videos, rants videos, those are my
Yeah.
favorite. Those are my favorite. I've been
Okay.
trying to do more like scripted kind of like reflective stuff, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think ultimately I'm more of a streamer, but I don't know. I'm trying to find a balance. So, and I was just
I get
curious.
it.
um so outside of gaming and content, what makes you happy in life? What gives you joy?
Uh, we were talking about it a bit. I follow MMA, UFC. I like watching a lot of that. It's fun time for me. Outside of that, the biggest thing right now is I'm an uncle, and my nieces and nephews all live sort of far, but I'm moving closer to one. But man, do I love that. I love being an uncle. I have so much fun with my nieces and nephews, and that
That's
they're
awesome.
just I love them. I love them to death.
Okay, that's beautiful. I love it. I love it. And
Soon
then
they'll be playing games.
that's good. That's the dream. It's I think it's nice. It keeps you out of trouble for the most part. It's good.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And so I guess just in closing, I think we mostly got it, but so you pretty much I'll of course link all your stuff, but where can people find you? Anything you recommend that they check out? And what are you focused on right now? What are you looking forward to the most? What are you excited to cover? Do you have any upcoming streams or projects kind of planned, I guess? And then, oh
Not
yeah,
me. Oh yeah.
and
Go
then
ahead. Go ahead.
what should someone expect when they come hang out with Gulo Gulo Gaming?
Just pure me. Just pure me. You might, like I said, I might take a little bit of time for me to respond to you in chat sometimes because I get really focused in. But I love engaging with people. I really love, like I said, theory crafting, talking about classes, talking about different aspects of things, analyzing stuff. I overanalyze everything, so I love just analyzing things. Yeah, tune in. Static Group Live. You can find us. Go check out Bros Before Foes, the old videos on YouTube at Static Group Live channel. Um, and we have a blast. Me, Mr. Cottleshire, Grando Reaper on the Bros Show. It's a good time. We play co-op games. If you come to my stream, You never know what you're gonna get. Like I said, I might be playing a single player RPG. I might be playing an MMO. I might be playing a strategy game. You never know. You never know. I might be playing an auto battler. I might be playing some story only choices matter game. I like all kinds of games. I've got, so many games. Like I said, my backlog is huge. Uh, Looking
Yeah.
forward to tons of MMOs. I play almost all of them. I mean, some of them I skip, but I mean, like even Aeon too. I know it's going to be pay to win nonsense, but I'll probably play a little bit of it just to check it out. Looking forward to like single player Blood of the Dawnwalker. I'll play GTA 6 when it comes. Um,
That's
what other
beautiful.
stuff is there? I can't even think right now. There's so much coming.
Yeah, absolutely. How do you feel? I haven't looked into it too deeply myself, but a lot of people are very excited about this Riot MMO. I hear that a lot. Do you have any thoughts there? And they say that, the reason why World of Warcraft was so successful and all this, I mean, it seems like they're gonna have this pre-established lore and world kind of going into it, and that'll be what makes it successful. But I don't know. I haven't looked at that at all. I was curious if you had any thoughts there. That's gonna be like the quadruple, or it's gonna be like the next level,
Yeah,
apparently. I don't know.
I have a predetermined bias that I try to control. I am a Dota and Dota 2 player, and as a Dota and Dota 2 player, I'm kind of anti-Riot. Not really a big League of Legends fan, but that's all regarding the MOBA drama and all that stuff if you don't know too much about it. Um, Regarding the MMO, I mean, they're huge. They've got a ton of money. You talk about a company that can throw the money needed to make a giant MMO. They have it. Are they capable? I don't know. Have they, are they going to create something I would want to play? I don't know. Um, Would I check it out? Maybe. Maybe. I'd have to see it. I don't feel like we know enough. We don't even know what kind of MMOs it's going to be from as far as I know. Is it going to be a PvP focused MMO? Is it going to be a theme park PvE MMO? Is it going to be a do everything kind of WoW clone? Um,
Yeah.
I don't know enough about it. I would love to hear more about it. Um, I'm, I'd have to say, like, I'm more interested in hearing more about Guild Wars 2 right now. I mean, Guild Wars 3. Sorry, Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 3. I don't think Guild Wars 3 is going to be the game I want, but do I think it's going to be worth playing? Yeah, I do think it's going to be worth playing. I do think it's going to be more towards the, again, as we talked about it, the co-op lobby kind of game, uh, or MMO light is another term. But I don't know. I don't know. It's hurry up and wait. The classic MMO term, hurry up and wait. We'll see what these studios do, what they actually put out upon release. And I look forward to any news. Like, let us know. Let the community know. But again, if it was me, if I was Riot and I had that kind of money, I'd shadow drop it. I wouldn't do anything until that game is 100% ready, and then I would probably put it up on Steam for like a week and just say this game releases a week from now, and people
Yeah.
would go nuts. People would just be like, "Wait, what? They haven't said anything. They haven't released any trailers, and this thing just popped up like boom, you're selling millions of copies, tens of millions of copies."
Man, that's crazy. Yeah. Okay, very cool. Dude, I think this is pretty much all I had. Unless you want to circle back to anything. This was great, man. Thank you so much.
I just
This
want to thank you, man. It's been a pleasure, absolute pleasure. You and your positivity and your awesome facial hair are always great to watch. My only
Thanks,
regret
man.
for being here with you today is that I couldn't watch the premiere of your Loot and Lore video. So hopefully everybody is out there watching his Loot and Lore, the worlds we can't let go of video.
Oh,
And
oh, dude,
yeah,
thank you.
thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for having me, man.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.